Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Session 80. Where we had left off with the Lucky Sevens, the group of adventurers that where we were following for this particular campaign, they found themselves suddenly in a foreign country. They had followed a group of cultists to their underground lair, gone through a portal to another realm, traveled through that other realm, found another portal, and landed in the country of Shadowhar, a country inhabited primarily by tieflings and humans, but also demons, devils, vampires. Nearly half the population was some form of these things. And what they also found in this sort of basement that they had all landed upon was a couple of nobles from surrounding countries. Minister Tarasov from Aslandia, and President Clark from El Artois. Members of nobility from these other countries who would seem to have found themselves in the captivity of this cult that they've been following, this cult of an old god of death. Now freed, the nobles need to get back to their countries of origin. And who better to help them along the way than the Lucky Sevens? They made some...
Anyone else. Anyone else. You and I both know this. Why are we lying?
Yeah.
Well, who else? Who else would to undertake this adventure? I don't know. But they have done some traveling along one of the Shadowhar rivers towards the city at the base of the mountains that separate El Artois from Shadowhar, with the intention of going underneath the mountain through a rare metals mine. Common metals are also found there, but rare metals is what it was known for. And so, the president of the mining brigade, himself being here, could guide these travelers through the mines with relative ease. It is morning. The sun, fairly low compared to where you had previously been in the sky, compared to the summers of the Goyera Archipelago, or maybe the Grioran Empire. It is winter here in Shadowhar. The snow piled high, icy roads now being driven with sleds at the moment versus wheeled carts. The town you found yourself in is a little abuzz with the going abouts of the people, both demonkin and tiefling and human alike. But Vanya, when you wake up, Arya's gone. Maybe got up early. But you see also that her things are gone, and a note on the nightstand next to her side of the bed.
She's gonna read it.
She explains that you need not worry. She has some personal things that she needs to tend to, and she'll meet you back in several months' time. She knows how to get hold of Cypher with spells and the like. So she's not much more than a phone call away, colloquially speaking. Ascending away. Reminds you that she loves you. But she has to take care of some things first before rejoining you.
Well, shit. Wish she had woken me up. Have to see if Cypher can keep an eye on her from afar. Make sure she's doubly safe, but at least she didn't get taken. We'll have to let Kaz know, though. She's gonna go out and make her way to try and find Kaz. Show him the note.
So, as as Vanya walks out of the room, or the area where she was sleeping, it wouldn't take her long to find Kaz in a state of meditation. Seems like he's been awake for quite a number of hours already. As he's always been an early riser. And as he hears the rustle of paper, he doesn't open. He seems to be in meditation. He doesn't open his eyes. But he says, "I know.
You got one too, huh?"
No, I felt her leave.
This woman drives me crazy in more ways than one.
Yes, but you wouldn't love her if she didn't.
Yeah,
I think, Vanya, sometimes you forget you're just as much of a crazy bitch as she is.
And yet you put up with us both.
Yes, and that makes me the even crazier one. But then, when did I ever purport to be any measure of sane?
Never, considering what I've seen you do.
Yes,
Considering
because
the chains around your wrists.
Exactly correct. Sane men do not take this kind of burden. Sane men also do not punch elder brains to death or dropkick someone from the top of a mountain.
Exactly. Or decide to take how many souls from a giant fucking tree?
Do you really want to upset yourself this early in the morning with that number?
It can't be much worse than the note I found when I woke up, so...
By my count. And he's gonna give a number, and it's given that this is the souls of like most of the gnomes that were in Uct, period. Plus anyone else who was in Uct. Plus any other lingering souls that had existed, because of the fact that there were other flesh trees in the world that did consume people. It's probably a at least a 5-digit number, if not a 6-digit number.
Huh. Lower than I thought.
And that's low. And I'll note, like, at a character point, that's probably lowballing populations,
Yeah.
given the fact that, you know, people don't survive as long in general in comparison to a modern society with modern medicine. So the assumption is a high 5-figure, low 6-figure number of souls that those
Yeah.
blades drunk in. None of them necessarily particularly powerful, but there was a lot of them.
I was thinking higher up, like maybe a 7, 8-digit number.
Yeah, that's why I said I was lowballing the population, like hard lowballing that. So and that's just an estimate.
And Lagon, when you wake up, you also find Kurobe is gone.
Oh, Nani?
But there's no notes. There is only that his things and himself have gone and walked away, which is maybe a shame. Maybe he's downstairs cooking food. He is an early riser.
Test the air first. See if anything is cooking.
There might be some gruel going on downstairs. You are staying the night in an inn, after all. Kurobe is not one to make breakfast that low budget.
Hmm.
You hear some talking outside the door, and you can probably recognize that it's Kaz and Vanya. And Delira, you're awake too.
I'll go to the door. What's going on with you two?
Well, Arya's done up and vanished on us.
Hopefully she and Kurobe can take care of each other. And he opens the door wider so that you can see inside the room that as you found your note and her things missing, there's no Kurobe or his things.
Huh.
I've not been downstairs yet, so I might be mistaken. The possibility, but given that she wrote you a note telling me she'd be gone, and as I find no Kurobe, I'm thinking it's a safe assumption they're together, wherever they are.
I didn't feel him leave when Ari be he set up for Iowa.
Well, if they left together, would you?
Maybe. He might have left ahead to set up some things and then she followed after.
I'm not sure. And as we've no way of particularly spotting them, I think it's best that we get our breakfast and continue with Minister Tarasov and I forget the position of Mr. Clark. But see about getting them back to their homes.
Yeah, that's about the only thing we can do at the moment.
Yeah.
Um,
We still have
quick
the.
question.
Oh, yep, go ahead.
Had anyone seen Alera? Or did she disappear too?
If Alira doesn't poke her head out, Kaz is gonna go check.
So is Vanya.
She's awake, but her typical bit is to end up staying about, or typically to end up staying in the shade. And given the fact that we've been discussing this as travel, yeah, those moments are few and far between, especially.
She takes full advantage of her room for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Fair.
But that sunlight being bright in that window is definitely making it feel a little less comfortable in here.
Oh, I imagine like the cockatrice, feathered mattress that she currently has resting on is currently propped up right over the window at this point. She's sitting on like the few bars of or few wood beams that are that's the bed frame in order to end up feeling somewhat comfortable. But when you end up coming in, she seems to be in perhaps a meditative state or a motion of prayer as she continues to end up clutching on to her staff with the head of her mentor upon it, currently draped in what seems to be a fine silk stand up covering its more grotesque form.
Lagan will not interrupt her as she seems to be in her daily meditations. Lagan will go downstairs and get a table for the 6 of them. If Minister Tarasov and President Court
Yes.
have not already done so.
You would find that they have already done so, but continuing back with Alira.
Alira, are you awake? Kaz just kind of cuts himself off as he sees meditation and the mattress propped up against the window, blocking the light. It's like, yeah, she's awake.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to. And she's speaking in Undercommon at this point. I didn't mean to keep you lagging behind. The march forward we have is going to be tedious. Thought I would make the most of the relaxation the dormitory would offer.
Give me a second. I need to check something because I don't think Kaz understood a word she just said.
She can understand everything that you say, but whether you understand her Undercommon, well,
Not the undercommon, I don't.
Yeah.
Kaz is gonna respond, but it's gonna be an Elvish. She's like, if that was an apology, you're fine. I was just checking to make sure you were still here, as Arya and Kurobe are not.
Why not?
Personal reasons.
Where
Arya
would
left a
they
note.
go? We are out in the middle of nowhere in an unknown continent.
I have no idea. Arya left a note and Kurobe didn't.
Vanished.
Did you check the mattress for dust? Perhaps he finally expired.
Cars actually has to cover his mouth as you can hear like a rumbling kind of synthy chuckle. That's
Wait,
I want to say that I want to say that's not funny, but that's very funny. No,
we would
it-
check for dust, but his things are missing as well.
yeah.
I didn't want
Yeah.
to be insensitive.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's very funny.
She stands up a bit, stretches out. Does the bends backwards and touches her toes, the standard stretch out for most people, and she presumes. As you end up seeing her basically fold herself in half backwards. Okay. Standing back up, she grabs hold of her things, putting on the backpack and taking hold of her stave and looking at the others. Then forcing herself to speak in Elvish. So we are to continue to transport Minister Tarasov and President Clark under the mountain, if I recall.
That sounds like the plan of action. It's probably better that we get them home anyway.
Did the two that we purchased also they get themselves prepared?
Hopefully. Vanya, gonna go and check.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. What was that?
Oh, I apologize, Kaz. I don't think you've been updated. I purchased 2 slaves for the travel.
Carl's gonna stop. Carl stops, and he turns to Vanya, and he's just like actual slaves, or
They were, and now they're not. Still trying to figure that part out. I'll go check on them. And she's gonna go check on their 2 other traveling companions.
He walks up beside Kaz. The other 2 do not have any comfort in the dealing with such. My people have a history of such things. It was only right that I end up doing so in order to end up hopefully getting somebody out of being left to be chopped up for meat. And the vampiric vendors are very quick to end up selling everything of the chopped and bottled variety.
don't. I do not question the intent behind your actions, Alira. I know that you have a good heart.
Do you now?
Good enough. Under the circumstances. I was just confused. Because, I've been a bit out of it in our recent travails. And so, you have to understand, when you said what you did, it brought me surprise, especially given that I am at least peripherally aware of that history. It's like, you bought slaves? You mean like actual slaves, or like, is this a cultural thing of like you hired some mercenaries, or did you get actual slaves? But no, you've made that very, very clear, and I think it is very much a good thing that you saved them from the metaphorical and, unfortunately, from what you're telling me, very literal chopping block.
Why do you seem so shocked? Think back to all the times we've traveled. Every tactic I've employed, everything that we use for hunting and tracking, foraging, even so much as asking the land, all of it was tactics and usage that had come from millennia of producing such things.
Yeah, like I said, I understand that. It's just a matter of.
So why the shock?
It's not genuine shock. Like, now that you explained it, there is not a lot of surprise. It was just the first phrasing brought me pause, and I needed clarification, which I now have. Thank you for that.
Why did it bring you pause?
Because I did not expect to come to you this morning and go, you talk about 2 additional traveling companions that I was not aware of, and go, I purchased some slaves. Like, it's not, again,
Osmaniel used to be here known quite well for its ability in the mercantile class when the procurement of labor force and the flesh was provided. Skills remain.
clearly.
And I'm the only one amongst the entirety of the Lucky Sevens who can do so without, well, let's just say making a scene. To you, it would be an act. To my family, it's old habits.
I guess under the circumstances that makes a lot of sense. But yes, no, I wasn't surprised so much at the act as more hearing the hearing that it had happened. But again, for the explanation, I understand completely.
Unfortunately, they have no tongues of which to speak.
Well, they were going to be vampire food. That's unsurprising that they would silence them. Oh dear.
Until I can end up finding an appropriate way to restore them back to their full health. A power that might take some time for me. We do the best we can with what we have. When we finally manage to deliver President Clark and Minister Tarasov back to home, I will end up offering the two a choice. After all, the House of Mario Stormcrow requires its own servants.
Oh! Most certainly. I have nothing to say on that front. Your words, Alira, speak volumes. And he's just going to kind of like peek his head like away from the door, looking in the direction
Somebody save me!
No, it's not so much that. It's kind of like looking after to see if he can see her, and if he can, he's just gonna like, and Alira will only be the only one to see this. You're just gonna see his lips spread into a grin, just like, yeah.
But is he talking? Is Alira talking about wedding Vanya?
No. Kaz was there for the entire thing with Alira and Imbrel. That was the last session I was here for.
Checking
Because the last session I was here, it was when we ended up in Shadahar after the plane travel.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So So yeah, no, he knows about all that. So he's just looking over at Vanya like, that's funny.
Well, if that is the case, if there's nothing else, I will offer my condolences for the loss of the elderly man and the Fae-like lover.
I mean, she's still alive.
Not in our presence.
Yeah, Vanya's gonna check the cipher to make sure she gets watched over until she rejoins us. She said she should be back in a couple months.
Well, you seem to have other questions on the tip of your scaled tongue. You've hardly been bashful. I've seen you here frolic about here naked upon the deck before, after here jumping out of the crow's nest. Yet for some reason now you're here left abash.
Not bashful, contemplative. I do have more questions, but I don't think I have the wording, the articulation to ask them just yet.
Alvin loses something in the context.
It's also not my first language. Nor my second.
Nor mine. It is akin to a forgotten tongue. And then she starts rambling on as she starts waxing poetically in Undercommon, to which Kaz would probably be staring at her like as if she saw him eat a frog or something.
It's just a couple of levels away. It's just a couple of levels away, and that'll no longer be a problem. But I think he kind of get, at the very least, just by reading her, can kind of get an idea of what she's saying. Not even if he doesn't necessarily understand the words, he can understand like the intent. And so he'll nod. All right. I'm going to go and make sure that we don't lose anyone else to vanishing. Once you're suitably well armed against the tedium of the day and being under the sun, we'll set off. And Kaz is then gonna go check on Vanya.
Vanya's up checking on their two recently freed slaves.
They seem to have rested well. They look in relatively good health given the travel that y'all have done, and having a couple of additional people to feed has kind of taken a little bit of a hit on your food stocks, but not by much.
Yeah, we'll just have to buy extra. No big deal.
And of course, President Clark did say that he would be contributing to the gathering of resources to make sure that everyone was able to be fed on this journey, as it is a long, arduous trek through the natural portions of the caverns as well as through the mines.
Excellent.
So, when all of you are downstairs and you see that Minister Tarasov and President Clark have already begun to eat a bowl of the very bland, sort of oatmeal food that has been prepared by this rather small. Well, there's a number of rooms, but relatively small tavern space for the eating of food. And there's one young girl tending to basically yourselves, as you seem to be her only patrons at the moment. The 8 of you, not 10 of you actually, having taken up all the rooms. So she's serving breakfast with your choice of like coffee or water to help wash it down. And in kind of a hushed voice, President Clark says, "All right, so this is where the trick is going to get a little bit tricky. In that we have to find the entrance to the mine, as it has likely been moved by the Shadowha in the time that I've been away, but that shouldn't be too hard, given that you folks are all magic users, right?"
I'm not exactly. But we have enough of them.
Well, yes. Yes, there is enough sort of strong arms and other sundry things that could move rock and dirt and things like that. Which is a lot easier, mind you, than a pickaxe. But pickaxes are reliable, so.
Unless they've moved it to a place where magic gets really fucky-wucky, that shouldn't be an issue.
Sorry, could you speak up just a bit?
I said unless they've moved it to a place where the magic gets all fucky-wucky, that shouldn't be much of an issue for.
No, if anything, the Shadowheart love the use of magic, and so why would they put anything up that would deter it?
It's not them, it's areas of specific places that I'm aware of. None in the Shadowheart that I've been made aware of, but there are places across the continents where magic doesn't work the way it's supposed to, or additional effects get added in.
Oh yeah, because there's a big place like that in the Fullfire, where the big thing fell from the sky ages and eons ago. But that's
The calamity.
Yeah, you
that's
cast
ancient tales.
fire was off in the area.
Yeah, but that's all ancient tales and things. That's kids stuff.
Oh no, that happened.
Yes.
Oh, so you're one of them believers, alright.
When you do it and you see it with your own eyes, it's more than a belief.
I think I was alive when that happened.
I'll take your word for it. So,
Let's go find the entrance to this mine and hope that something hasn't crawled inside.
oh, plenty is crawling inside. There's plenty of natural openings and things like that. The only reason that the opening that we have here in the Shadow High End moves from time to time is because we're using it for smuggling. You know, people in and out.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, but we should.
I have a contact in the city that I do need to chat with in order to even get us a good start on this. So, might take me an hour.
Alright.
Alright.
By your leave, then.
I'll be back in an hour, and try not to blow shit up.
Do you require an escort?
This.
No. No, I'm fine. And he kind of pulls up a hood on his cloak, and goes to the door.
I make no this, but I will endeavor to see to it that nothing go boom.
Yeah, because there's black powder in my bags, so don't blow it up.
I'll try.
The use of fire is strictly prohibited until I give you the go-ahead otherwise.
Thanks for the one.
And he goes towards the door to leave. And Minister Tarasov just looks like he is annoyed. He should have gotten around to that yesterday. The reliability of dwarfs is very, very odd in this side of the country.
I'm not even gonna get into that. Carls just looks to Lagan, then to Alira, then to Vanya. If it's all the same to you, I'm gonna shadow him.
Have fun with it.
Watch yourself.
Don't worry about me. When it comes to staying hidden.
I don't trust you in the slightest. But I will laugh at the attempt. The full belly.
You know what? If I screw this up, feel free. And he's just gonna...
Sorry, just trying to practice. No.
If any of them blink,
No.
he's gonna be gone.
Okay,
So shall I roll a stealth?
go for
No,
it.
I'm just gonna give this one to you. I'm just gonna give it to you. I'll pass it willingly.
Oh no,
Well,
I'm talking about the
For
I'm
anything
talking
else
about
that might be having prying eyes.
yeah, and the fact that I'm
Lagan.
shadowing him.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Natural 1. Natural 1. Natural 1.
Natural 20.
Damn.
You could. Yeah, it would have been so perfect. It would have been so
It would have been.
perfect.
It would
It
have
would have
been.
been.
But no, that's a 30.
Okay. It is
Only
very
because of my
clear that in tailing President Clark, he does not detect that you are there at all.
Yeah, it's not about him though. Just making sure that no one tries to sneak up and stab him or something like that. Because I mean, we're meant to be escorting him, and we can't really escort him if he's not alive. Because if he wasn't alive, then we wouldn't be escorting him. We'd be transporting a corpse.
It's
So we'd
true.
be escorting the remains.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, he certainly doesn't detect you, and any onlookers that you see that do spot a rather short and stout for this region person, as it seems that he's kind of sticks out like a sore thumb given the height disparity. As soon as they see or notice that he is being tailed, they back off. As it seems that nobody really wants to mess with somebody who's already tailing him.
And as he goes through and does the chat with his contact and all of that, is there anything of interest that is heard or anything like that through the hour and a half it's gonna take?
The contact that he speaks with is someone of tiefling descent. They have rather small horns and a and a very thin tail, but their complexion is otherwise sort of pinkish and kind of look more human leaning in their appearance. But he looks like he's even having a hard time not making snide remarks at this person, as they don't seem to be very well off. But he arranges to get the information for the location of the nearest entrance, and if there is anything that is barring entry. And after a bit of a coin exchange, he then begins to head back towards the tavern. Nothing of any other importance really comes up in the conversation.
Okay. Then I'll tail him back to make sure that he's fine. And as we get close enough to the tavern, I'm gonna sneak my way back into the tavern, probably through an open window or something like that, and it'll basically look like I never left.
Easily done. In that hour that Kaz is gone, however, what are the rest of you up to?
Vanya will just made sure things were packed up, and we've been playing some music after getting a hold of Cypher. Say, hey, if you're able to keep an eye on Arya, do it.
You get a message back. What about Arya?
She had to take off to do some personal things. Explain more next time I see you, just...
Well, I'm already on the way.
Yeah. Don't like the sound of it, but... At least want to make sure she's gonna be okay.
Alright. Just remember that you're my charge. You are my charge.
I know. We'll know you quite a bit when all is said and done.
You won't owe me a damn thing.
We'll see about that.
Messages stop.
She goes back to playing her music.
Lagan, Alira, any conversations? Anything you're doing?
Lagan would be talking to Minister Tarasov over any new insights he might have found from his daughter through the book.
Where do I even begin?
The beginning?
She was always a very smart lass, but we had a falling out, and that's when I never saw her again.
Yeah, there's no spoilers or nothing, but there's quite a bit written about that falling out.
Yes.
I'm not sure I've gotten that far.
Well, I hardly remember anymore. So long ago. And hearing her side of the story in reading the pages of that book. She was angry for years.
Potentially she could still be angered. But I do believe that time heals all wounds. And given enough time and distance from perspectives, not glossing over, but scabbing over, I think would be a more accurate term.
Wounds do
he
heal.
prob-
Yes.
Sorry, what? You were gonna say something, Gav?
Yeah, I was just gonna say he probably never saw her last message, the one that she left in the house
No, he found it.
on the eve of the final fight.
Yeah, he found it.
Okay, he did find it. Because I was gonna be like, yeah, that's probably kind of important because the message literally was, "I forgive you."
I don't think. I like to think that it was her who left that behind, and that she forgives me.
Well, you can always ask her.
How? I don't even know if she's alive.
How do I say this? Question first before I say that. Is Lagan aware of who she is currently?
Given the extent to the notes that were left behind in the journal,
Mm-hmm.
you would have an extremely strong suspicion.
All
Not
right.
confirmed, but an extremely strong suspicion.
Okay. I can't confirm it, but I have very strong suspicions that if you were to... And he makes a motion of devout praying, closing his hands together, kneeling and bowing his head to the matron of the Ravens. I do believe you might get a response.
That's absurd.
And then he stands up in T-poses, showing all of the feathers. As I said, Book and, well, the armor were part and parcel of the same package.
Never honestly crossed my mind that someone could become a god. That's absolutely absurd.
Well, we've had tale of it, and on the other side, as a matter of fact, an old crazy magician tried to make himself one of the other gods. Gave up an eye and a hand in the process. I heard it became a lich.
That was no lich.
What was it?
The creation of death. That's how death was made.
Well, and now you find the crux of what we're doing, as that everyone seems to be trying to bring him back and remove her from her place of power.
Never gave much credence to this whole lot with gods. They never.
You don't.
They have not given much of a how do I say this tactfully? Well, I suppose I will go non-tactfully, as the gods simply do not give a fuck about anyone but their chosen.
I would argue that, but I'm not trying to convert you. And as far as your beliefs, they do not require you have the belief in them.
Now you're sounding a lot like her right now.
As far as that's concerned, it is my faith and belief in them that matters most, as they are directly tied to my abilities.
Yeah.
You don't have to believe in magic for it to have an effect on you, do you?
Magic in our region has been at best a unreliable source of energy. That is it.
Right, but you don't have to believe in it for it to affect you. Just as my faith in, well, I assume your daughter doesn't have to, well, again, you don't have to have any belief in it for it to affect you. And with that, I am going to cast Augury.
Okay. What are you attempting to find out with augury?
I am attempting to ask if it was indeed her that left the message of forgiveness to Minister Tarasov.
Okay. That doesn't require you to do a roll, does it? Just spend the spell slot and use the components?
That's what I'm looking up at the moment.
I
I believe it's one word answers that you get with augury.
Well, it's wheel, woe, wheel and woe, or nothing. As I cast the ivory carved bones that I got from Master Masterson. Wait,
Okay.
not Master.
augury. Well, I mean, augury is a spell that's more used for
Like premonitions of kinds.
premonitions of what's gonna happen like soon, like within the next half hour soon.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
is why its answer is wheel, which is a good thing, like a positive result.
right.
Woe, which is a bad thing. Wheel and woe, which is a mixture
Okay.
of both good and bad, or nothing for things that are completely new.
Then it would be commune. I would be casting, not.
Okay. Commune, yeah, definitely sounds like it would be a more appropriate spell for this. What you're looking to find
I'm
out.
looking at the. Yeah, I'm looking at the spells, and yeah, you're correct. But instead of a second level spell, I'm. But yes,
Yeah.
it would be commune instead of.
So you're spending the 11 minutes to do that as a ritual?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You don't need a spell slot to do it either.
Nope.
All right, that's why I switched it.
Okay. Questions answered with yes or no. And so you ask your question, and you get a yes.
Oh.
Kind
All
of,
right.
kind of in the holy water as you're kind of using it in your components in your spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's as if the word is written in sort of a black ink in the water.
Can Minister Tarasov see this?
Yes. I would say that for the purposes of this spell, it is not just you who see it, but all around you.
Okay. Well, I was going to say the casting of the spell was quiet in the way that I do my spells,
Right.
but the question would have been verbalized, and he would be able to see the answer in the holy water.
And the answer is yes. I hope for your sake you are not manipulating my emotions to get on my good side to some ill towards Atlantia.
I have no such desires or intents. I was only trying or attempting to
To prove it.
give you the succor that you need in the belief that you have that it was your daughter leaving the north.
You still have up to 2 more questions. If he disbelieves, you could have him, ask something that only she would know.
I believe with the
That's
word.
yes or no.
I believe yes. So, I have 2 questions remaining. If you so choose, I can give them to you. Now, mind you, they can only be yes or no questions.
You see that he kind of tenses up, and you know that the duration of the spell only lasts a minute. I wouldn't even know what to ask.
I would suggest something that only you and she would potentially know the answer. And I have not much time remaining for such attempts to be made. And he begins counting down from 30, 29.
It only counts. It only causes him to kind of clam up just a little bit. I have nothing to ask. Maybe some other time.
And with that, the spell ends. Think on that. But I do give you my word. There is no ill intended to you. There is no good favor being sought. Just an attempt to ease your mind and confirm your belief was all I was intending. And for that we have an affirmative answer.
I may have to think on this for some time before I will have possibly more questions for you by the time we reach New Denalis, but I don't know what to think right now.
There is no rush. And as we make our journey, if you would make your questions known, I will endeavor to attempt to provide answer in what manners that I may.
All right. If you don't mind, I am going to use the lavatory.
Alright.
And he goes to get up to go and use the lavatory at the back of the building.
Lagon's just going to keep an eye on him to make sure that nobody is following him or attempting to abscond with him. He will not follow him into the restroom, but will make sure that nobody is going to bother him as the tower safe.
Okay. And he spends quite a number of minutes in there.
I'm sure.
You would guess that he's being very contemplative at the moment.
Well, you know, a man's best thoughts are hide while he's taking a shit.
But the Mr. Clark does make his way back, and so does Cause, which which point as well, Mr. Tarasov also comes out of the lavatory and back into the main building, joining you all. And you all collect your things, and Clark goes, "All right, let's go."
All right.
Did you receive?
Sorry, what?
Did you receive the answers you were hoping or looking for?
Regarding the entrance?
I
This was Clark, the dwarf, who was
Yes.
talking.
yes, and that's who I was talking to. He
Yes,
said he
sir.
had to go talk to somebody to get answers, and
Oh, to find the entrance to the mine.
Correct.
That we're using now. He also did inform me, actually, that we'll be joined by a number of individuals to also kind of smuggle across the border, get it back into Alatoa.
Okay.
Well, things are going to rot shit
Might
here
as
in the
well.
Shadowha, so
How shit. And should I prepare more spells to bring the shit should the shit fall upon us?
I have no doubt that there was just going to be shit to fall upon us. There's bats and everything. But as far as what's going on at the Shadowha, I have no doubts that a war between the devil folk and the vampires is going to break out relatively soon. And we're just doing what we can to get people out. Caught in the crossfire ain't exactly a good thing, because both of them meet, regular mortals. The other does so for recruiting purposes too. So yeah, not a good sight. And he kind of pulls this big pack up on his back. It's got this barrel kind of on the shoulder bit of it as well. He kind of hoists it like he doesn't really like fragile contents mean nothing to him at the moment. But he also did say that this was the backpack that could explode.
Right.
So he's handling it a little roughly. Probably more so than he advised you all to handle it.
Right. Note to self, no flame starts.
And begins to walk you towards a section of the slums of the city to a looks like an abandoned church of some kind to Paylor. And he kind of fiddles with a mechanism behind some of the altars and some of the statuary, and a mechanism seems to open a stone slab in the middle of the floor, which Lagon, you would probably recognize as something akin to the entrance of an underground crypt.
I'll offer silent prayers to Paylor and thanks for passage, as well as Melora and the matron.
All right, and you all climb in. You are greeted inside what you were correctly assumed was a crypt with 4 additional individuals who are of human and elf descent, and so they're starting to walk along with you. They're draped in sort of dark sort of black cloaks and dark clothing, so that they kind of can hide in the darkness should they need to. They look generally like common folk. They call them like peasants. They look like they don't really have skills in the way of defending themselves, and so nor do they look in the best of shape. The climb of the rocks might be a little bit difficult for them. As Clark makes mention of the amount of climbing up and climbing down that's going to take place in this beyond the crypt.
Lagan will keep an eye on the extra additions to this trek.
Okay.
Seeing as they're potentially not up to the abilities required for
Yes,
such
indeed.
climbs.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
So-
basically, we have a bunch of hot climbing gear.
Yes. Yes.
It's not the first time we've encountered mountain passes.
Nope.
You guys did climbing gear.
See, Mr. Monk here just runs up the cavern wall. But in the first bit of travel, after spending a little bit of time quiet, just so that you're not drawing any attention, kind of crawling through like very small sort of crawl spaces and finally getting to one of these sort of open caverns that make up the underground of this mountain. Clark does start to go off on a bit of a tangent, starting to describe the kind of rock, everything that you could ever want to know about this mountain, and what is mined further in is knowledge that he is just way too excited to be expounding upon. He's there's a reason that he was made the president of the mining brigade. He is very excited about all of the things. He starts to talk about rock formations. He starts to talk about the kinds of rock that make up this mountain and everything else. So, any and all questions that you do or don't have, he answers regarding that. But after a couple of hours trudging through through some of the natural caverns, come across what looks to be a very, very big pool of water. Now, this is where it's going to get a little tricky, as we need to swim down a bit to get to a rather narrow passageway, and then through that passageway is another cavern that we're going to make our way into. And you are going to need to hold your breath for quite some time. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, muted, Madrid.
At the mention of that, Lagan would pull the hood of his cloak up.
So any preparedness you need for holding your breath for that long? It'll be about a minute, possibly more, depending on how fast you can swim.
I'll be fine.
Your dragon descended, right?
Doesn't mean I can breathe underwater. It's another reason I'll be fine.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen a purple one before.
My kind, what's the word I'm looking for? Not the most common. Although, not quite purple.
Lavender?
And he flicks his throat. And obviously, because that's where some of the scales are thickest, they resonate.
He kind of listens
crystal.
intently. As soon as he hears the first thing, he listens intently. Oh. You made of gems. Amethyst, am I right?
A substance like amethyst, yes.
It sounds
Not
like it.
Not actual amethyst. I've had to tell many a miner, no, you cannot strip my flesh. It's not sellable as gemstones.
But you can't argue that that's the first thing you think.
Well, no, that is the point. My kind of called Gem Dragonborn for that reason. It's just gem-like, not actual gemstone.
I will admit that was going to be my next question.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
preempting it.
I don't want to seem insensitive.
It is a question that I have fielded many, many times over my life. It's
I love anything to do with rocks and gems and metal and ore and
you have made that very clear.
So the metallics,
And that's not
like
a bad
gold,
thing.
aren't actually gold?
They're not made of metal, no. Their scales shimmer like metal and are definitely as hard as metal. But not actual metal, especially since, gold is a very soft metal.
Yes. Very dense and heavy, but were I to squeeze such, it would leave my imprint on.
So,
you kind of
diving.
lean more into the humanoid kind of look, though. But you don't have the face of nearly a dragon. Most of the
He
dragonborn
ran
I know
into
of.
It's so understandable. He ran into a parked carriage.
Your face got smashed.
It was a
No,
horrible tragedy.
no, gem dragonborn just don't look like regular dragonborn in that sense.
We let him
Little boy.
believe that. It makes him feel more comfortable. Just go with it.
Because I've met Abishai, I've met the metallic and colors of the dragonborn from Candor. It's just very curious.
Once we get to a point where we leave behind, when we part ways from each other, I have a book. I'm going to hand you this book. I'm going to have you read this book.
I
And
know,
it'll
it's not
answer
every
all of your questions.
It's not every day one meets a carriage born.
Carriageborn?
He just
Tarasov
sighs.
kind of walks in front of everyone. I think we've entertained this conversation enough. We should.
I'm sure that this conversation. I'm sure this conversation has plenty more entertainment in it.
Didn't you say we should be going underwater soon? Yes. And
Like that will stop me. Hold your breath and try not to laugh.
I don't have to worry about that. I put the hood of my cloak up, so Lagan is going to continue towards the water.
okay. It is very dark, so you've got your torches and whatever magical light sources you have, like the drift globe.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's some light going on in these caverns. Not a whole lot, but some. It's not like these caverns are strung up with like arcane light bulbs of any kind, because obviously don't want people knowing that this is also a smuggling route. So, once everybody is prepared, so in that sense, since it is going to be at least a minute of holding your breath, how many of you are using something magical? Lagon has his Cloak of the Manta Ray.
Doesn't qualify as magical, but I can shapeshift.
You can shapeshift, okay, so that knocks you guys.
I have a high enough con score.
I'll be using Alter Self.
Alter Self, okay. Casting Alter Self.
Aquatic adaptation.
Okay.
And I, as I said, I have a high enough con to just tank it.
Okay.
Because it's hold breath for a number of minutes equal to con bonus, and then additional con bonus rounds after that time, and then you're dying.
Okay.
And I've got a 16 con, so I could just swim for 3 minutes.
Okay.
And this is 3 minutes at my speed.
Yes, and then there's also another factor. You touch the water, it is ice cold.
I don't have a thing for that until next level.
However,
You're wearing your warm clothes, but that's not going to keep you warm in icy cold water.
However, we get in the girls through this with us.
Yeah, and we got Zephyr too.
You didn't happen to prepare water breathing, did you?
Yeah, I did.
I have no access to it, or I would have.
I got it.
I have water walk. It does no good in this circumstances. We have to go on.
Thank you, Alira.
Yes, thank you. Poor Wolf is being dragged around everywhere.
All right, so you've got water breathing, which you can cast on up to 8 individuals. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So anyone who needs it, including Kaz, if he wants it, can take advantage of that.
Actually, might be useful just to deal with if we have multiple, so then I having to hold my breath all the time, and I just don't have to worry about, oh yeah, we're going to be down there for like a minute or 2 or 3 or whatever. Especially since
It's cold.
if there's something, well, it's not just that. The coldness isn't too much of a problem because again, I have the con to tank those checks before exhaustion starts setting in. No, the other issue is if we have combat down there.
Oh, seeing as I have a bright light and we're in a dark place that does have a habit of attracting certain aquatic creatures, Lagan is be prepared for a fight. So he's got his hammer in his hand as well.
And I bet Alira feels just at home down here.
Lagan does, in the water, anyways.
Yeah,
It's just like in the cabins in general.
Mm-mm.
There's no sky. It's just rock. Oh, how I've missed you.
Rock, stalactites, stalagmites, all the fun cave critters. Which, in this water, there might be some, so we'll have to find out. So, with everybody having water breathing available to them in some respect, you step into the water, it's frigid cold. It has taken everything within you to not turn back, except for maybe Lagan, because he seems a little bit like he's just... It's very, very cold, don't get me wrong, but it is also something that you are fairly accustomed to as a descendant of giants.
This feels like the springs back home.
Which, to start us off, we're just going to start with a regular Constitution check.
Constitution.
Since you I am going to give Lagon advantage because he does have resistance to cold.
Ah. Well, thank you for that, because the first roll was, well, not exactly low, but the second is a natural 20.
Okay.
Jesus.
Well,
That'll be a 21.
well, the peasant NPCs, including your 2 slaves, are not doing so hot.
17.
They rolled a 3.
Oh,
Hey,
Level of exhaustion.
They hate this water.
let me see what Zephyr's
Minister
is.
Tarsoff is not doing so great either. He rolled a 9 plus stuff.
Jesus.
That's a lot.
And Zephyr's luck continues because he just hit a nat 20.
Yay, buddy.
Yay, Zephyr!
So,
He's
I
doing-
roll better for Zephyr than I do for myself.
He's just gonna shake himself.
He's
And
just going to shrug it off. And Clark... Ugh. Well, he's not doing so good either. All the NPCs are doing a little dog shit at this. They're going to have a level of exhaustion when they get out. But the rest of you, the adventuring party, part of this convoy, you all come away fine.
I never made no roll.
Oh, make a roll then. Constitution check.
Oh god.
no Derek dice.
Yeah, I know Coffee was being polite, but I'm trying to play true to the rules of the game.
I know.
Yes! It's not a natural 1. 4.
Plus your con mod.
My con mod is a +1.
So 5.
Nice.
No. I rolled a 3.
Oh.
Oh!
oh
I
my!
was going to say, what, was it a natural 2?
Oh. Well, Alira suffers a level of exhaustion.
It continues, ladies and gentlemen. It continues.
So Alira
Oh,
and
I
the
do have-
Better
NPCs.
keep my mouth shut. I'm playing it honest.
I do have something prepared for that, I believe.
Great Arresto.
Yes.
Hmm.
Since we're in the mines and going under the mountains, I assumed lesser and greater restoration would be
Helpful.
appropriate.
Exactly. Good to hear. So you're going to cast Greater Resto on Alira. The NPCs are kind of SOL.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
Unless lesser can do something for them.
I don't... since it's mechanically exhaustion, unless rest...
I don't think lesser actually
Oh.
does anything on that.
No.
No, plus it doesn't do anything for exhaustion. It's,
It's-
only greater.
It's only greater, and I've only got 2 abilities to use that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
they...
5th level spell.
So, in order for them to recover from 1 point of exhaustion, they would have to long rest. Which, let me... 5e levels of exhaustion. Which just means that they have disadvantage on ability checks from right now.
Yeah, the
Right.
first one's fine. It's the second and the third and the fourth ones we need to worry about.
Yeah.
And it's disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Then their HP and speed is halved. And then their
Death.
speed reduces to 0, and then they die.
Yep.
Alright. Well, that being said, they continue on. They kind of have a little bit of an issue going forward when it comes to the climbs, as the climbing has their bodies are exhausted from the climb itself, as well as this trek underwater, and they really have no real desire to continue forward, but will, because they can't really go back.
When we get to that point, Lagan would take one of the ropes from our pack and make sure those of our party that are struggling are attached to him,
Mm-hmm.
and take another rope and make sure that the other individuals that are joining us for this part of the trek are attached as well, in case they're having any struggles or issues with the climbs.
Okay.
So that's essentially 100 feet of rope tied up to make sure that any members that fall are, well, at least dragged along.
Okay. And uh and your and Clark does tell you that the whole length of the mine is somewhere around 400 miles. So it's going to be a long trek.
We'll be under here for a while. You should be right at home, Alera. I think we got at least a week or two under here before we get out. That should make things a bit more comfortable for you.
That's if we don't run into any nasties.
I think we've got things prepared for those should we meet any such beings.
You know, ground digging worms.
And you see Lagan hold up his hammer next to the drift globe.
That's a good thing you got weapons.
Not that I need them, but it saves me on some exhaustion should I exert myself too much with my spells.
All right. Well, I think now is actually a good time for us to take a quick break, and we will come back to more of this trek through the mines when we come back. Be right back, everybody.
Yes, apologies.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Where we had left off, the Lucky Sevens had entered into the caves that lead up to the mine shafts of the dwarven mines of Elartsua. They're still sort of winding down from their first day of the journey, as it on foot can take several days, even to a week, to travel the hundreds of miles. It's a long trek, but one that will get them out of the country of Shadowhar. So, Lucky Sevens, as you are finishing the last legs of this first day of the journey, still exhausted for the most part on the trek, is there anything that you wish to discuss with either your NPC friends, with the 4 people who have also taken along this journey to smuggle out of the Shadowhar, or with President Clark, or with Minister Tarasov, or with each other even, as you're winding down for this evening?
Fair question. Now, just to be clear, I'm presuming we're kind of using North American nomenclature when it comes down to ranking, as they both end up being members of the same government audience, if I recall.
No, they're from different countries, so their titles mean different things.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I keep getting confused between the two. You think that would, given on how long I've been playing with this setting, I wouldn't do that, but there I am.
Well, to kind of give you a little bit of clarity in that case, they're both more or less the sort of like chief of staff, or some kind of minister of a department in government, where the title for Minister Tarasov is that he's the Minister of Commerce, so he's in charge of making sure of a bunch of different things in relation to the economy of Aslandia, where President Clark is the president of a company. He is the company of the mining brigade of the royal houses.
That's why I kept. Yeah, okay. Now I understand why I kept mistaking one for the other.
Yeah.
Okay. So at that point, I think I would end up making it a point to discuss with the Minister of Finance in that regard.
Okay.
After all, the minister, given the new wants and wishes of Alira, and as she is clearly dedicated to the next step in her future, she must end up starting to mend bridges at this point, which let us hope she can. It's a small conversation for the most part, as she's trying to get an understanding of their culture and what have you. She spent a lot of time amongst the mercantile caste of the surface world. She has something to work off of now, which allows her just a little bit of flexibility in being able to follow this along. Trade is not unusual for Drow, but just what's being traded.
Your appearance definitely makes him a little curious, but more so in a cautious curiosity, in that he's obviously never seen an elf that looks like you before. The unique hair color and skin tone is not something he's ever seen before.
I would think it would be the eyes, given the fact that they appear that of the devils.
It's true. That too. Maybe there's a bit of an unease in general there.
Not unusual. I'm curious, what are your plans once you end up managing to get home? He looks to the two that they managed to end up rescuing from the market earlier on. And then looks back to him.
My plans are to, first off, report to the government of Icelandia that the Shadowhar are again on the move. It is not the first time that we have dealt with their kind, but it is more of these creatures, these vampires, these devils or demons or whatever it is you want to call them, that concern me. We have more or less been at a standstill with them since the Empire fell. The last Shadowhar Emperor having been destroyed. Killed.
And now they become more unruly.
Yes. And a civil war amongst their kind will certainly flow into the upper regions of the desert of Islandia, and I do not want to have to do that again.
Must be an exciting time for one in finance. Bodies become lucrative.
How do bodies become lucrative?
During the war of our houses, smiths that were accustomed to creating nails and small trinkets, hooks, and latches would suddenly have to end up selling their iron for swords, hone their craft for knives and saddles, trying to end up getting a spider to hold still for, well, crafting an appropriate saddle is difficult at the best of times. But it became quite lucrative. Great houses pay amazing sums to have the finest smiths on their side, and barring that, at least in bulk. Then there was the looting, the pillaging, finding foreign trinkets across the great distances. Yes, this quite a ways for that to become possible. Surely, I would imagine one of your stature is not completely blind to that sort of opportunity.
Warfare can be very lucrative and expensive, yes. But it is in my country's best interest to avoid such things.
If it can be avoided.
As it has gone on long enough and has started to affect the economies of both countries in negative. There are not enough men to man the outposts, not enough people to serve their country as a warrior or a fighter, some kind of military operative. a standstill has been detrimental to both sides. However, it is not in Estlandia's desire as a country to annex the Shadowheart as they would annex other countries. An empire, an empire they were, but not anymore.
Now just a cavalcade of cannibal corpses and hellish minions.
That if they were to go south, could cause extreme devastation. Have you ever fought a demon? Or a devil? Even the smallest?
Can't say as I have. The threat to my people was less knowable.
Of course, I mean prior to our meeting, of course, but the Hellion that you all fought in coming here was only one of many. And I do not think that I want many Hellions coming down from the capital city, which has had its name ripped from it and plastered a new one time and time again over the last 100 years. It's hard to know what anyone in Shadowheart is up to now. Rumors
you
of
just
demon
being
lords
there.
and vampire lords all battling for the same. Go on. Sorry.
No, it's quite all right. You are admittedly flustered by the situation. Still working things out, to my understanding.
Yes. That was
And
before I was
despite-
captured.
And despite seeing it firsthand, you're no step closer to understanding your nemesis.
If it were an army of wizards and warriors, clerics, machinists, these things I understand greatly. Perhaps it would have been my daughter who would have been of more eager eye to study that which is the most otherworldly in this world. I did not share her curiosity in that time.
How could you? She looks to Anya and Tasha. After you've seen what they do, it's hard to remain curious. Easier for outrage. Easier to marshal. And prepare yourself for war.
That is more the concern of the Minister of Defense. That is not necessarily my specialty.
No. But you are going to be responsible for feeding and provisioning and arming the Minister of Defense.
We must work together to make the country survive.
And here I offer you a friendly word of warning. Be careful on how far you'll go to survive. You might not like what you become. And things far worse can be born in the hearts of the humanoids. I think what we do is worse. Most animals have a nature of them. They do as their environment permits, feast as they can hunt. But it is like a machine. It does as it's designed to do. I would think then far crueler is the machinations of one who can choose cruelty, rather than simply be born in it. Careful, Minister. You are dancing with devils now.
Quite literally.
Just a warning. As above, so below. And I grow tired of this story. I've seen this dance far too many times.
Indeed. I grow tired of it as well.
Still, right onward. Your home's just around the corner.
Around many, from what I understand. Once
At
I get to
least the up-
Denali, I can actually find my way back to Aslandia.
Icelandia. Such a peculiar name.
Have you ever been?
I'm what they call traveled. Only in recent months, in truth. Up until then, I simply remained amongst the caves and the caverns, belonging to my people.
Then you must feel at home here.
No. The rock faces are all carved, not the cracks. That I know. The fungi are all wrong. I'm used to look at the ceiling of the caverns we were at, leagues above us, and the moss would glow much like your stars in your sky. You could watch them pulse as though speaking to one another. And amongst it you would hear this faint echo, not of water, but of growth. You could hear fungi consuming the rock face, covering it. You can hear the life hiding among it. To compare this to my home is to compare something that was alive to something that's dead. This is in its last gasps, hoping for one last breath of life. If anything, it makes me miss it more.
I think I can understand. Most who do not find their home in the desert would find the landscape rather barren and unseemly and lifeless. But when I look out into the desert, I see rolling hills of red and yellow sand, tumbling and turning for the thousands of years. creating ever finer and finer sand. And when you get to the rocky places, the arid ground where there is very little loose sand, just cracks in the ground, it's like a maze. I often, when I travel, I'll have my eyes wander through the path to see if I can find my way home through it. The cliff sides, layers upon layers of sand that built them. Rock formations that could only be created by the dust pressing against the rock for eons. The scrubs survive and the animals flourish in this environment. I find the beauty in that which others find plain.
A home worthy of you.
A home worthy of all who would visit.
Shame to say, I don't believe I would find such a place. Not here. And yet, I speak of houses. Perhaps once this war is over, I might speak to you again. Perhaps with a gift worthy of a man of your station. Still, we must press on. I wish you well, Minister. She starts to walk ahead. She's kind of got a disappointed look on her face. Something about the way he speaks. It's not like the discussions happening amongst great houses here. Maybe it's the language lost. Maybe it's her inability to speak fluently in common. She tries to hide her disappointment. After all, she's alone up here.
Anyone else before the night is completed? Then you go to your long rest. You sleep in the deep, very wet, humid, dark caves that make up the underground of this mountain. There must be thousands of feet of rock above you before it gets to the surface. And these little pockets in the cave work, connected either naturally or by hand, to get all the way across would have taken a long time to even discover. Maybe that fascinates you, maybe it doesn't. You can hear water dripping, you can hear the sounds of maybe creatures in the distance from hallways and crevices from who knows where, as it echoes and you lose any sense of where that direction may be. Their voices echo in this space when it's quiet. But you ultimately find your rest, sleeping pretty soundly, given that it's uneven rock underneath you. But then you wake to the same visage. No sunlight above you to change the day and night. No changing of the landscape to indicate seasons. It is as you had left it when you went to sleep. You continue your journey, walking forward through these caves for hours, days, close to a week now. Climbing, scaling, rappelling, digging in some cases, as some things have fallen away and caved in. Lagan. Something is wrong.
Something is wrong. How so?
You get the feeling that the walls are trying to speak to you. Make a religion check.
As I'm doing this, Lagan looks at Alira. You didn't dose me, did you? I believe that's a straight 16. Let me check. Yes, 16.
You get the sense that the Wild Mother is reaching out to you directly and just says, something's wrong.
Okay. I don't know what, but I will share that with the party. And no, she cannot be more clear than what she has already given.
It's almost like the water on the walls spell out these words to you.
And again, Lagan looks at Alira, and you didn't dose me, did you? Alira?
You were being asked a question. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Too. You were asked.
Sorry.
You were asked. You didn't dose me, did you?
Not any more than I usually do.
That was not helpful.
Something wrong, Lagan?
The walls are speaking to me, or trying to.
The walls are...
Go ahead.
I'm just processing. And I'm trying to understand. Is that a turn of phrase that I'm unfamiliar with?
No. The walls are literally speaking to me.
And
Not
what are they saying?
as I just shared with everyone, and I can't be any more clear than the message I was given. Something's not right. Something is wrong here. And that was all I was given.
And you hear a shout from Clark. We've come up on the mine.
Well,
That mine's gonna have something in it. I just,
Yep.
with those words, just know it. Give me a second.
do we believe in every stone we come across?
I
Has it
believe
been
it.
wrong thus far?
I believe in every word given to me by either Zubiwa or the matron.
I was not aware the matron was a stone.
I did not say she was a stone.
Surely you did. You said that you believe the stone. You believe in these two. Are these not?
Well, Zubiwa is essentially the stone.
So it's Suvi Wiles speaking to.
Yes. The Wild Mother takes many forms and many shapes, and if you believe, yes, she is the land upon which we strive. The seas and the lakes and the oceans were made from her tears.
He wants to say something.
That's understandable. Very well then. Shall we press on?
Yes.
He's having a hard time holding it together, y'all.
Perfect. It's gonna, when it finally comes out, it's gonna be hilarious, and we're gonna laugh raucously.
Nope. I'm trying to stay. I'll PM it to you with the lethality.
PM it to me too, please. I need to see this.
Private conversations behind my back, okay. But that being said, Clark starts to goes up to the wall. You kind of have come to a dead end of a tunnel. He seems to kind of use his hands to kind of take measure of the rock around him. He seems to find a crevice that he's been looking for, and he kind of... It sounds like a button click. And it's as if the wall moves away.
And as it opens, Cars is gonna gently put his hand on Clark's shoulder and move him off to the side. There's something.
Can't
Let me
be.
scout.
This
Let me
mine,
scout first.
this shaft of the mine has been shut down for years.
Just
And it's that reason why you need to let him scout ahead first.
because I'm the only one who can navigate this with literally zero trouble. I don't even need climbing.
Oh, look at him, he's special.
Aren't we all?
Would you prefer to remain alive? Because if there is something in here, I would rather it not get the drop on it. Safety first.
Be my guest.
And I'm gonna enter into the mine shaft.
Okay. Do you bring a light source with you? Because Dragonborn don't have dark vision.
I will... I've got a torch, it's fine.
I can send my drift globe in with you.
Actually, yeah, if you want to send the drift globe in with me, that's a good idea.
I can only move it 60 feet. If it goes beyond that, it drops.
That should be fine with how much light it gives off. It should.
Okay.
Okay.
And Lagan will take out his hammer and shield and step in between everyone else in the entrance in case something does attempt to come out.
Okay. Cause I need a stealth check, my friend.
I'll take a 29, please and thank you.
Okay. You start to skulk ahead, cautious, taking Lagan's word that there's something not right. If you believe the land can speak to him, then you can take him at his word. Traveling ahead a little ways, you don't see something initially, but you do wave your companions along as it is safe, as you justify that it is safe for a brief period of time, and then scout ahead once more. And at one of the there's this turn inside the mine shaft that leads, what looks like, when you stare down, it looks like it leads into a sort of like a gathering chamber of sorts. It spans probably several stories inside the rock, and it looks like it services different chambers off of that, as well as the one that you're in. You hear voices. A couple of which you find familiar. A couple of which you don't recognize at all. Ah. Well, that was certainly a wonderful demonstration. You hear a woman say, a familiar woman, the tiefling woman that you found in the basement when you first entered the Shadowhar. You hear a loud groaning sound as it echoes off of the different walls and floors of this chamber that you hear. You swear that you could potentially hear it beyond you, and your companions would be aware of that sound. You hear the ricketing of bones. Well, I'm sure he'll be wonderfully delighted that you're making such great progress to him. And you hear a whooshing sound. You may now enter and present your gift to him directly.
Okay, I gotta do something. Carl's is gonna skulk back quickly as he can without making noise. And he's gonna, cause he's still got one of the cultists' coins on. He's gonna be like, and gesture to the coin.
You're not on camera, so we didn't see you gesture, so.
Sorry. Gonna like hold up the coin and like point to it and like that way, in the direction that they need to go.
Oh, lovely.
You're muted, Mojo.
Lagan will whisper to the President Clark and the rest of the group. Y'all might want to stay back for a bit. This might get a bit nasty.
Do you mean nasty?
I mean, I don't know what we're going up against or walking into, but they don't care about what is it, collateral damage, but I do.
And the peasants and the two noblemen all kind of nod at you and just kind of hunker down in kind of an outcropping in this hallway.
And I will follow Kaz into whatever it is that awaits us.
Vanya's
Yep,
right
and I'm-
behind.
And I'm gonna continue sneaking because if I can get the drop.
And as usual, pass us out trace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I need some stealth checks.
I
I'm
know
all for
this
you.
group too well. I know this group too well.
And again, I vanish.
28. And then... Hi, can I help you? Can you, like, not scratch my chair, please?
Buddy.
Zephyr again with the nat 20.
Hot damn! This boy.
The fuck?
This boy.
Stealthy pepper.
27.
27.
27,
Okay.
28, 30 something for Zephyr.
Hmm.
A 40 for me.
Yep. You all continue to hear the sounds of people talking. There's a number of people here.
Can I make out the conversation being had?
You get close enough that you can hear some of the conversation. They're kind of speaking in some low whispers, for some of them. But you recognize, aside from the woman who spoke before, that caused you all over here again. You hear 6 other humanoid voices. You hear the groaning of something in the corner. And you hear the huffing of a large creature. And when you kind of peer over the overhang where you stand right now, you see the yellow tiefling woman. You see a very large winged beast. And an enormous skeleton. Along with 6 people in cloaks.
6 people in cloaks, a yellow tiefling woman, bones, and a large hulking beast. Oh joy, this is gonna be fun.
With wings. It looks like one of the demon creatures.
Alright.
The bone creature or the large creature?
The large creature looks like one of the demon folk that you saw in the Shadowheart. The large set of bones. Now, when I mean huge, it is enormous. It is about 20 times, maybe, the size. Well, maybe not 20 times. Maybe like 5 times the size of Lagon.
You're a big beastie, aren't you?
But it's bipedal, and it looks like it has the bone structure of a humanoid. But it is together and groaning in the corner.
About how far away are they?
You are probably 20, 30 feet above them right now.
30 feet above them. That'll give away our shit. That'll give away our positioning, but
And I imagine, since you're all very smart, you have snuffed out your light sources and kind of really are relying on theirs.
yeah, when Kaz came back and told us they were there, I took the Driftgo and pocketed it to douse the light source and continue to follow them as best I can,
Yeah.
even though I'm blind.
Fairly blind, yes.
Hoping that there is some sort of light source here. I will step a little closer to the edge and channel divinity.
Okay.
Make sure they're within the 30 feet. Turn undead, which I doubt is going to do anything, but using the book that I have as my holy symbol, presenting it to speak a prayer censoring the undead. Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. There's only one undead in the room.
Uh-huh.
Uh, 15.
No, that does not succeed.
Okay. Then
It will not be able to get any closer to me.
and
The
now
CR, you've also got the CR check for destroy undead.
CR is the CR for that, I believe, is 1. Let me look.
No, yeah, that's
Like I said, it's below the level of where it would potentially destroy that, but
Okay.
for the sake of combat, as long as I don't is that concentration for that?
nope. It's
Nope,
just an
it's
instant.
just a minute.
No, it just lasts for a minute.
Yep.
Um,
Instant
it
effect.
won't be able to get any closer to me as it is frightened,
Okay. So
or whatever the condition is.
yep. So
Uh,
let me go ahead and reveal what we're looking at here. So we've got our giant skeleton. We've got the winged beast. We've got the yellow tiefling woman. We've got our 6 cultists. And then, of course, you all are 30 feet above them on some kind of rock. Not scaffolding, but like kind of a rock layer, like a layer. There's stairs down, of course, but you can jump.
okay, correction. It's CR2 or lower, but I'm still assuming it's higher than 2.
Oh, it's higher than 2.
Again, I'm just making the correction.
All right.
Uh,
So let's get this started. Go ahead, start rolling your initiative. I will get everything in order. And since she has heard you in this sort of shout to the undead creature. Oh,
Well, my roll's easy.
it is
Put me at
about
the bottom.
time you showed up. I've been waiting.
so you were planning on this. I'll take note of that.
I'll take a 24, thank you.
23.
Oh, did you not want it, Derek?
Yeah, I'm in that one.
Oh.
12.
Okay, I haven't even gotten my list done yet, so give me a second. I didn't want
It's
your
okay,
numbers
mine's
yet.
easy to remember.
Yours is easy. You had to roll.
Make it easy. I had to roll.
I haven't rolled for them yet, so give me 2 seconds.
I'm not trying to rush you.
Nah.
Ah.
So for Lagon, what was your initiative?
12.
12. Okay. Vanya.
Nat 20 for 23.
23. Okay. Alera, you said 1 plus?
Plus 3. So, yep, I am bottom of the pile again.
Initiative 4, so... So wait, that's a
Yes,
1 plus
4.
3? 4?
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah. Well, nat 1, so I'm at the bottom.
Nope. That's not how that works. Not an initiative. Not 1 on initiative, it's just plus your initiative.
Yeah, so if someone rolls a nat 1 and has a lower dex modifier, they will go beneath you.
Oh, Kaz.
24.
Okay. Let's roll for... Giant skeleton. Okay. For the demon... And Mercury. And cultists. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So Lagon, you get to finish up this turn, and then we'll start at the top of the round.
Okay. Since... Hey, hold on. Just a second. Since we're 30 feet away,
Yep, you're kind
I'm
of
going
up
to...
here.
Right, I'm going to potentially take some damage from this.
Jump down where you want to.
Yeah, where's the golden girl?
Tiefling is right here.
Okay, so she's further away than I thought.
Yeah. She's in the
This guy
south
right here, I'm essentially going to attempt to jump down and strike whatever this thing is that's closest to us.
You already used your action for channel divinity.
Oh, that's right.
So you have a
Well-
bonus action and movement.
Well, I'm using my movement to jump down next to him.
Okay, make a dexterity
what-
saving throw.
Woo! That's a natural 20 for... Let's see, that is a total of 21.
I think beyond 20 feet is
1d6
for
It's
each
ten-
fight.
for
it's-
10 feet
it's
for
10
each 10 feet.
Yeah, it's 10 feet. It's above 10 feet, and it's 1d6 falling damage per 10.
Per 10.
Per
okay.
10 feet.
Okay. So for the 20 in excess,
Yep.
It's 2d6.
it's 2d6. So that's 7, half to 3.
Okay, I will take that.
And you have your bonus action left.
And bonus action, I am going to cast Spiritual Weapon
Spiritual weapon.
right next to me.
Okay.
So giant spectral hammer, and that is going to be 4th level for the spiritual weapon.
Okay.
So give me just a second.
Use a will-o-wisp.
Well, that went to 5th. Wrong. Spiritual weapon. 4th level. Okay. Plus 9. Does a 19 hit?
For the cultist, yes.
Okay. And let's see. For each spell slot over 3rd will be. Alright. Eight, 16, 5, 21 plus 5. 26 force damage, I believe that is.
Ooh. And that's this guy, right?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay. That does
And
it
that will be my turn.
for Lagan. Okay. Alright. Well. Since Lagan started the round off, we're going to go down the rest of the list, and everyone else will get a turn, and then we'll start back up at the regular initiative. So, we'll go down the initiative list. Kaz,
Yes.
where do you want to land, my friend?
Well, I mean, I have 50 feet of movement. I could bonus actually dash for another 50 but I take no falling damage.
Where do you want to be, ultimately, I guess?
How far is it from where I am? Because I was at the very front of to the beast with wings in the corner there.
Jumping down, it's another 30 feet.
30 feet. It's 30 feet.
Yeah.
So I could basically I could even make a running leap at this thing if I really wanted to.
If you want to, yeah.
And she's quite close too.
Yep.
So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leap down. And with the speed, I mean Vanya and Alira and probably Lagar will see it. But for the rest of them, behind the yellow tiefling, they're just going to see a purple-colored dragonborn appear from out of nowhere. And I'm gonna kick I'm gonna kick this tiefling straight in the face.
Okay. So you're gonna make an unarmed attack at her?
I am. I'm gonna do more than that, but you know. That is a 22.
Hits.
Alrighty. Where am I on that? Let me just check something real quick. Alright, not yet. That's next level. That will be 12 points of, I'll say, what do I want to get for? 12 points of cold damage. And can I have her make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Okay. Con save it is. 22.
That'll pass. Alright, second one. That is a natural 20.
Okay.
And that'll be 17 points of cold damage. Can she make another one, please?
Yeah, just a second. That's a con save.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 14, but she is going to spend a legendary resistance to automatically save.
Okay, she's got those! Cool, thank you for telling me that. Bonus action, flurry of blows, drawing the chains of chaos, and I'm going to take center.
Well, you did 2 unarmed strikes first, and then 2 strikes with the blades, but
Yep.
okay. Yeah. So have that.
I swing. That is a 24.
24 hits.
And this will be 14 points of slashing damage and a point of necrotic.
Sorry, what? You said 1 point of necrotic and
Yep, 14 of slashing. Magical slashing.
magical slashing. Okay.
And the second hit will be another natural 20.
Oh,
We like those.
Gavin's got the rigged dice.
No, this is a completely new set. I haven't used them yet before today.
Rigged.
Versus 16 points of slashing damage. Eight points of necrotic damage. And in a long return to my slasher feat will activate. I'm gonna reduce the speed of her speed by 10 feet, and she has disadvantage on attack roll until my next turn.
Okay.
That is my turn.
Okay. That is your turn. She is going to spend a legendary action to cast a spell. Which is going to be Kaz, will you make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Sure. I would be happy to make a wisdom saving throw.
Are you really so sure you want to be my enemy?
That is a 21.
Failed.
Oh!
You are considered under the Dominate Monster spell.
Does that work?
Doesn't it?
Does Dominate Monster work on humanoids?
Yes. You beguile a creature that you can see within range and must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the duration. If
Okay, charmed. Yep. Okay.
If you are a creature
that
that are
works.
friendly
That's
to you
fine.
or are fighting it, it has advantage on the saving throw. So you did have
Okay, well,
advantage on that.
given that we're fighting it, I have advantage. So
Yep.
I got one higher. It's a 22 save.
No.
Oh, okay. Very high DC. Alright, I'm charmed for the time being.
And while the creature is charmed, you have a telepathic link. with it, as long as the two of you are on the same plane of existence, you can use this telepathic link to issue commands to the creature while you are conscious, which it does to the best of its ability. You can specify a simple or generic course of action. If the creature completes the order, it doesn't receive further direction from you. It defends itself to the best of its ability. Okay. You can use your action to take precise control of the target until you end your next turn. The creature takes only the actions you choose and doesn't do anything that you don't allow it to do. During this time, you can also cause the creature to use a reaction, but it requires you to use your own reaction as well.
Okay.
So. And she's concentrating on that. So. That is her legendary action for this turn. Next up would be Vanya. Vanya, where do you want to go? Where do you want to be?
Just straight down the wall, I guess.
Straight down, like right
Unless
here?
I can stay up high. Yeah.
I mean, you can.
Unless I can stay up there for a little bit.
I mean, you
I
can.
mean, you are an archer.
I just don't have
Yeah.
the elevators, the risers.
Yeah.
Signify that. I don't have them out, and I don't want to drag them out right now.
That's fair. Yeah, just straight down from where I'm at.
Okay. And what do? You also have to make a dex save.
Can I use a reaction really fast to cast Featherfall?
You can cast Featherfall.
Yep. Okay, we'll
Since
do
you
that
had
so I
been
can land
intending to
gently.
do this. Yep.
Yes. How many of them are within 5 feet of each other?
You've got these two cultists here. You've got these two here. You've got her and Kaz. You got this person and the non. And the
Is
giant
she
skeleton and one of the
within-
cultists.
Is she within 5 feet of any of the cultists at all? Or
No, they're 10 feet away from her.
damn. Alright, I guess the two just up above her. Aiming at the one closest to her
Okay, so these two right here.
for the main arrow.
Okay. So is
Yep.
this one with the
And-
post, the primary target?
No, it's the other two closest to where the tiefling's at.
Oh, these two. No. Those two.
Oh. Those two, yes.
Those two. Okay.
Yeah. And that is going to be at level 2, Hail of Thorns.
Level 2 Hail of Thorns.
Initial hit. Math, please. 22 to hit.
Hits.
Great. They both need to make dex saving throws, please.
Okay. Well, that's a 2 on
And
one
the
of them.
initial damage is 12.
12 on the first. Okay.
Do I need to make a dex save as well, or?
You're not close enough.
No, you're not close enough. Yeah. And then the initial target rolled a 2, so they take the full damage, and then the secondary target got an 18. So what was the Hail of
Well,
Thorns?
he's gonna be taking half damage. Full damage is 14 points for Hail of Thorns.
Okay. Yeah, your primary target on that one is not looking so great. They're
Yeah,
already
guess
pretty
who's
shot
getting the
up.
second arrow?
Your
Guess who's
first
getting the
target?
second arrow?
Yep.
Yep. Da. Please. 24 to hit.
Hits.
And that is 11 points of damage.
Ooh, spicy. Looking pretty bad.
Spicy indeed. And then Zephyr would have fallen with me. I believe I could have covered him under.
Yeah.
Yep.
If
Under
that
I
falls
could
off
have
the
covered
fire,
him under
I believe.
Featherfall. Yep.
Land's right next to you.
He's going to go bite the one that Lagan's fighting.
What? The one that Non's fighting. Oops. I tripped you up.
So I believe. I can't find my notes on Zephyr at the moment, so I gotta look again.
He's a
I usually have like a little slip of paper that I have all the information I need written on it.
on him.
Is this it?
Yeah.
No. That's not it. I'll have to find it after this turn. But I believe it was a +8 hit. Oh yeah, he's 22 to hit.
22 hits.
And you forgot to change camera over to the battle scene.
I did, because I'm dumb. Cat, go on.
And then let's see here.
Oh, it might help if I actually had the doohickey majigger.
And he needs to make a strength saving throw. And that'll be 9 points of damage.
I hope she's not. I hope the tiefling isn't summoning that Biotitan in the corner there.
Maybe not that. Sorry, I missed everything that you just said.
Strength saving throw and 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage on that guy that's going is fighting.
Yeah.
Also looking pretty bad. That is an 18 plus something. Yeah, 18.
For the saving throw?
Yeah.
Yeah, he passes. It's only DC 11.
Okay. Anything else from Yvonnya?
Nope, that'll be it.
Okay. Well, it turns out it's going to be our tiefling woman's turn. She's not liking that, because you have ruined her day. This is rather beautiful dress. Why must you do these things? No matter. I've got what I came for anyway. I shall have to bid you all adieu. And she is going to cast Dimension Door.
I don't think any of us can stop that because our resident counter speller ain't here.
In fact, speaking of your spellcaster, who would normally do counterspell for you, what you didn't notice is that under this outcropping, underneath where you all had been, is the portal in which she summoned. And standing next to it is Arya and Kurobe.
This bitch is going to die.
Yeah, but if she casts Dimension Door, we can't.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, she can't escape through the portal with Dimension Door.
No, but she bamps herself to the door, grabs the both of them by the hands and say, "Come along, dearies," and ejects herself into the portal, and the portal closes.
Oh, ain't that a bugger?
This bitch is gonna die when Vanya gets her hands on her.
Okay. Who's
That's her
next?
turn. She is no longer part of the combat.
Technically, she gets turns by virtue of she gets to send me telepathic things to do.
She does. No, actually, that will be broken now because you're on different planes of existence.
I'm still
That's
technically
even more.
I'm still technically charmed by her until the spell ends.
Till the spell ends. For the purposes of the telepathic link, though, you're no longer connected. But you did get a brief insight into her head while you were there.
Did she leave anything behind? Because technically she could have left a command behind and then left it, and then I follow it. So
Kill
she
them.
told me to kill them all. I technically have to do that.
Kill them.
Okay.
So, that was her turn. We have a giant skeleton right next to you.
And I'd be considered an ally at the moment.
At
I'm
the
charmed.
At the moment. So it's going to lumber forward, kind of groaning. And come up to Lagon and Vanya. So, actually, would you have to still do that? Because if this,
Yep. I still because she can just leave the command and then leave the telepathic link to active in order for me to fulfill a command that she's already given, only for her to give new ones.
okay,
And to do direct control. So she can't puppeteer me, but she told me to kill them all, and so until that's done or the charmed effect ends, I still have to do that.
each time the target takes damage, a new saving throw is allowed. So if anybody wants to hit him,
No, don't worry about that. This isn't gonna end how you think it. Is all
Okay.
I'm gonna say.
The giant undead thing cannot make that move. It cannot move towards
Yeah, can't
you.
get closer to. Yeah, can't move towards it.
because he's frightened by the gun.
Turned.
Okay. Well. Hey, get.
Kitty wants to play too.
The Biotitan attacks. Ah!
No, yeah,
Ooh.
it can't really move towards anything, so it doesn't have a target to lash out at yet. So it's gonna pass its turn. Then we have our demonic friend, who will actually do that same thing, which I was going to plan for doing. Instead, it will do that instead. So, with that, let's it's gonna make a couple of attacks. It's kind of slashing down with some rather gnarly claws. Oh, I picked far too strong a monster. Okay, that's going to be 16 to hit.
Me?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so take swipe number 2 at you. Nope, that's less. So it misses. Completely whiffs. But that is its turn. So, Lagon, what do? Oh, you already
We
went this
skip-
turn. Yep, we're skipping you for now.
Lyra.
Yep. Next up is Some cultists actually, and then
Ha
another
ha
one.
ha! Found it.
So we've got this one who Lagon has been wailing on. We're gonna. That one's going to take a couple slashes at you.
I did make myself a target.
16. It's not gonna hit.
No, sir.
Neither is that one. Okay, a couple of whiffs from that one too. We've got another cultist who's going to come up here on this platform and start wailing on the dog.
Oh, you fucker.
I don't know if a 10 or an 8 is gonna hit.
No.
Attack number 2. That's better. Dirty 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That's 5 points of slashing damage. Got a couple over here who want to have a slice at you, Vanya.
They can try.
I'm just gonna roll both attacks for each one. Nope, that's a 12 and a 10. That's the first guy.
Nope.
That's essentially the same thing. That's an 11 and a 10.
Nope.
Okay.
Like I said, they can try.
You shall not pass.
These other two are gonna kind of wheel around like this. They're not good. Well, yeah, he can't be close enough to attack Zephyr again. Okay, so that's all of the cultists. Alira. What
Yay! So, just to be clear, that big beast is actually a beast. It qualifies, correct?
This one? No,
Fiend.
it's a fiend.
Just not undead.
There goes my plan. Okay.
I
then
described him as a big beastie because he looks like basically.
no, okay. Then I only have one option. I got to do fairy fire.
Okay.
That's it. That is all I can do.
So whereabouts are you staying up on top, or are you going to land somewhere?
I'm gonna get down. Probably behind the crew, behind most of our big tanks. So I'm still relatively close, but probably behind Lagon or
Okay.
Kaz.
Behind Lagan or Kaz?
Yeah,
you can get
doesn't much
behind
matter
Kaz
to me.
if you want.
All right, behind Kaz would probably work. And we are going to cast Fairy Fire.
Hold on, this big group right here.
Yep.
Okay, so that is going to catch Vanya and Lagan.
Not much I can do about it.
But again,
None of them have armor saves to worth a damn in this situation, so it doesn't change much. So if anything, it actually ends up improving their odds because the rerolls for 20 happen more frequently on higher armor saves. So yeah,
Dex saves,
unless
right?
it's dex saves.
Dex save. I'm gonna do the 3 of the cultists.
Oh, sweet.
It's an 11, a 2, and an 18. So we're gonna say that this one right here saves, just to make it easy.
Which one? Sorry, I didn't see.
This one right here, next to Zephyr, on the platform.
21.
Okay.
Dirty 20 for Vanya and...
Okay, so... Well, it would have only been 2 of these cultists, but the 2 of those 2... Because it's a 20-foot square, right? For Fairy Fire, it's a 20-foot square? Derek?
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me double check.
Okay. So if we're getting-
20-foot cube.
Yeah. So,
20-foot cube.
so if we're getting these
Okay,
two,
so yeah,
we'll get up to him. So these other cultists actually are out of range.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to worry about Zephyr.
You got a nat 20 again?
He met. Uh huh.
Okay, so he's not getting anything. So let's do the big guy. That's a 17 plus something. Plus 2. Okay, so that's 19. Is that safe?
Yep.
Okay. So the big guy is safe, but you got 2 of these cultists, which are these 2 right here.
All right.
What about the other 2?
The other 2 are just outside of range, I just realized.
I thought there were 6 of those, though.
There are 6 of them.
Oh.
yeah. The other two are like
Yeah, 3 of them were meant. 3 of them made the roll. The other 3
Oh.
are outside of range.
Okay. Just checking, sorry.
Hey, you managed to get 2 of the 3 gold system. That
Yeah.
Hopefully the one that's right in front of me.
Yep, one of them that's right in front of you. That one that you've been wailing on.
Ah.
All right, so, Kaz, you have simply
before you say anything, because I do need to interrupt here. Action, stillness of mind, charm, gone.
All right.
Bonus action, step of the wind, taking the dodge action, and I am pretending that I'm still charmed,
Okay.
just conflicted.
Deception check.
Happily. That is a natural 20 for a 22.
Okay. You feel confident that you are able to fake it.
Yeah. Eye still acting like eye still glossy and
So how do you pretend to kill them?
so the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to move up. And I'll move up to where as close as I can to the closest target.
Okay.
That's me.
And
Yeah, you kind of sample.
there'll be some swings. But Lagan, they're a little wide. A little sloppy. Because is usually impeccable strikes.
Gotcha.
And you have a 10-foot reach, so you're in a good place.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Kaz's turn.
As a point too, if anybody does try to take a swing at me, I am dodging.
Yep, you are dodging.
So if you do need to swing at me in order to keep the thing believable, do so.
Okay. Vanya, you're up.
Yeah, giant thing in front of me. Let
The
me.
demon guy?
The big ass fiend. The fiend.
The fiend?
Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Let's do a level 3 Dissonant Whispers.
Ooh, let's go.
Wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom save and throw. That's gonna be a dirty 20.
Ah, fuck, he passes. He's still taking half damage. Which, 22 is full damage, so 11 points.
Okay.
And then Zephyr's going to attack the same guy he had been attacking. Which I found his sheet. $25 to hit.
25 to hit on the cultist?
Yeah.
Okay. Hits.
Strength saving throw, please. And 10 points of damage.
Okay. That guy is gone.
Good puppy.
Good boy. Okay. That was Zephyr, and you did your action. Do you have a bonus action?
Would I be able to fire an arrow?
Not as a bonus action, no.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So no, I don't.
Okay. Then it comes to the giant. Does he get a save from...
Nope.
No, it has the one on Turn Undead, and for a minute, for that
just
minute,
can't move any closer.
when it fails, it cannot get any closer to me. It can move around, but it has to stay 30 feet away from me. It cannot move closer to me.
Okay. Well, Alira's within range. It's going to take a couple swings at her. Oh, one of those is a natural 1. Haha. The other is a 21. And I guess that hits.
Yeah, a 21. But it's can't be too.
No, that's not too bad. That's 11 damage. But that's its turn. Which brings us to Demon Bobby. Vanya's the weaker target. He's going after her. Couple of swipes. No, that's probably not gonna do, because that is 14 to hit and 8.
Nope. Nope.
I can roll saving throws. I can't roll attack rolls.
That's sad for them.
Okay. That brings us to Lagon.
Okay, so the one that was in front of me that I was wailing on is gone now?
Yep, it's dead.
Okay. Big dude's within 20 feet of me. I'm going to chunk Mjolnir in it.
At the skeleton or the fiend?
The fiend.
The fiend. Okay. Make an attack roll.
Plus 9. That is a 22 to hit.
That'll hit him.
Alright, so let me look at this and make sure I've got it correct. He is considered a giant?
No.
No, it is not a giant. Okay.
No, it is a fiend.
Alright. Well. Let's see. Mjolnir does a D8. That is going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
10 points of bludgeoning damage.
know what? Okay. My spiritual weapon, if it has to, will move up to the 15 feet to take its attack on that thing too.
Okay. Make your spiritual weapon attack roll.
Let's see. Dirty 20.
That'll hit.
All right. $22 points of force damage.
Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Okay.
And I'm not going to move because I'm assuming this other guy over here will get an attack of opportunity if I do so.
You're right here, already next to this guy. So if you want
Okay.
if you
I thought there were 2 more over here.
No, well, these 2 are in the way. That's Vanya. That's a cultist. That's a cultist. This is you right here. This is spiritual weapon
Okay.
underneath this guy's wing.
If I move closer to the one that's trying to hit Zephyr, am I going to... Fuck it, I don't care. I'm going to move closer to the one that's trying to attack Zephyr because I have 20 feet that I can throw without disadvantage for the Fiend.
Yeah, I mean that should be fine given threat range. It shouldn't have.
I was
Yeah,
just
its
curious.
threat range is 10 feet, so you can get up to 10 feet away without. But are you
Yeah,
gonna be right here? Or next to Zephyr?
Yeah, right next to Zephyr. I'm trying to take the focus off of Zephyr.
Okay. You're still within the threat range of the big demon guy.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's Lagon's turn. We got some cultists. Cool. One of which is going to... Well... No, he's not going to... Because he still thinks that you're an ally, so he's going to... This one's going to come over and wail on Lagon. A little bit.
Bring it, little man.
I don't know that they can hit you. 17 and 20.
The 20 will hit.
Okay, 20 will hit. Ooh, that's 12 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
But that's the only hit that lands from this one. The other one...
You said 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Zephyr's a mean-looking dog. The other guy's gonna go after Zephyr. That's a natural 20 and a 3.
Reaction from Vanya for cutting words.
Cutting words does not cancel a critical hit.
That's silvery barbs.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
I think... Does cutting words apply to damage, or does it apply to...
Attack roll, ability check, or damage roll?
You can apply it to the damage roll instead, if you like.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. Apply to the damage roll.
Okay.
So I need this one.
Okay, so that's 12 minus your bardic.
8.
So 12 minus 8. No, it's 11 doubled minus 8. So that's 22 minus 8. That's 14. Plus 1 from their modifier is 15.
Thank God I did that, because Zephyr would have went down.
That's those two on there. Those two on them. We want these two on Vanya. And this third one is going to come up and also take a swing upon you. From what you can tell, it looks like these guys aren't magic users. They're just some grunts. So, first attacker. Is a 14 and a dirty 20.
20 will hit.
Okay. That's 11 points of slashing damage
Okay.
from that first person. The second person is it's a dirty 20 and a 6.
The 20 will hit.
That's 5 points of slashing damage. And the third person wailing on Vanya is that's 11 and 15.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. They must just be peasants or something because they're not hitting very hard. Okay, so that's our cultists. Alira.
Well, I'm right by the big guy, so let's see what I can do. Let us attempt Blight. Target takes a Constitution savings throw.
Constitution saving throw. Delightful. This one might be a little rough.
Hex the dice. Hex them.
Hex the dice. You don't want
Nat
to roll
one.
good. They have a
You're gonna
good
want
modifier.
to. Nat one. Nat one.
Thou shalt not pass.
Thou shalt not pass.
Not with a 6 plus 5, they ain't. That's 11.
Oh, that's definitely a fail if I remember. Lyra's saying
Okay.
right.
So that is 8d8.
8d8. Let's
Get
go.
it.
Oh,
Come
you gotta
on.
be fucking kidding me. Nine points of fucking damage.
On 88?
Oh.
Ooh, that's rough.
Brr.
Is that 7 ones and a 2? Oh.
Ooh.
That's my turn.
Okay. That's Alira's turn. Next round. Kaz.
How far am I to the? How far am I to the nearest cultist?
10 feet. You got, well, yeah, ish. You can go this way and get him within 10 feet.
Cool. This cultist is not going to see what's coming as I rush up behind him and I slam his face hard.
Okay. So for this first attack, since it is kind of a sneak in that you got a natural 20 on your deception, I'm going to count it as an auto hit.
Auto hit. Okay. That is 10 points of cold damage.
This is with the sword?
Nope.
Or is it-
Slamming him into the rock face with an unarmed strike.
Aha!
Is he still alive?
That one... I know this one died. How much cold damage?
10.
Yep, it's gone.
So, Lagan, given that you're and Alira, because you're both pretty close, what you see is Kaz kind of, there's like a flash from Kaz's eyes as you see him grab this cultist by like full claw back in the head, grab this cultist and slam them into the rock face, like pulping this dude's head, kind of slam. What's the next nearest hostile entity to me?
This one. 10
Cool.
feet away.
I'm gonna fly over there and I'm gonna do the same thing to him.
Okay.
That is a 26.
Hits.
And that is 12 points of cold damage.
Okay.
Still alive?
Yep, that one's alive.
Cool. Given that I'm over there, is the demon also within my...
Yeah, you can smack him in the face.
Cool. I'm gonna spend a key. And with a bounding motion, I'm going to leap up, pull it by the horns down to my level, and I'm going to start kneeing it in the face.
Okay.
That is going to miss.
A natural 1.
That's gonna miss. But the second one, being a natural 20, will definitely not miss.
Nope.
$15 points of cold damage.
Okay. Okay. That's Kaz's turn. Manya.
Is the one who attacked Zephyr still standing?
No, they did.
You literally just saw me hold him.
You saw his head squish, and then it flash froze.
Yep.
Huh. Okay. I'm going to take aim at the big ol' undead thing.
You are in melee range. You'd be at disadvantage.
For the giant?
Oh, the giant? I thought you meant the demon.
Yeah.
No, the giant.
No,
You
the undead.
can, boom, boom. You can definitely
Yep.
shoot at him from there.
Yeah. Is Alira within 5 feet?
Yes.
Damn. Okay. He's just gonna get a couple arrows in.
Okay.
First one. 21 to hit.
21 to hit. Yes.
6 points of damage. And then a second arrow. $24 to hit.
Hits.
And that's 8 points of damage. And then... let me take a look at it. Which one's the closest cultist to where Zephyr's at?
The one behind me.
Yeah. You can get around this way. You can be next to Kaz.
Yeah, he's feeling a lot of frostbite at the moment.
A little bit.
Yep. Yeah,
Pretty
it's
bit.
time for Zephyr to have another little snack.
Nom nom nom.
$25 to hit.
25 hits.
Strength saving throw, please.
Okay. That's an 8.
Oh, he's gonna fall prone as well as take 8 points of damage.
Okay. Get prone.
And that'll be it.
Okay, so that's Vanya's turn. Our giant friend still can't move closer to Lagon. But he's... So the only target within range is Alira. That is... 2 21s.
21?
Yep.
That hits.
Ooh. First hit is going to be 16 points of slashing damage. And the second one... What are my dice? Is it's 14 points of slashing damage.
I'm going to use up my other bardic inspiration. I'm going to use up my other bardic inspiration for another cutting words on that damage roll.
Okay, so the 14?
Yep.
Okay.
Take 3 off.
Okay, reduced to 11.
Okay.
Okay. That's the giant's turn. We got a demon in front of us that has noticed that you are no longer charmed here, a good cause. It's not happy. Because you're wailing on him. So he's gonna take a couple strikes at you.
Okay.
First one's gonna be a 15 to hit. That's not gonna work.
Miss.
19 to hit for the second one.
Just.
Just hits. Okay. That is 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Okay. And oh, actually, nope. It has to use an action for that. Oh, actually, well, I'm not dealing with that. Okay.
What's up?
Oh, I realized that this thing had a fire aura that I had not been accounting for since I haven't been using it so far, I'm not going to use it now.
Turn the fire off because it's danger close.
Okay. Which brings us to Lagon's turn.
Alright, well, seeing how Alira is stuck out by herself, it can't move towards me, but I can move towards it.
True.
And I am going to get close enough that it's within 20 feet, so I know I'm probably taking 2 opportunity attacks.
Yep, by the prone cultist and the beastie.
Yeah. I'm essentially just going to get right up in its face.
Oh, beastie got a natural 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And then prone cultist.
Roll at a disadvantage.
Was a natural 20, but it is a 15 plus stuff. Plus 1.
That's not going to hit.
Nope. Okay. So cultist doesn't hit, but our big bad boy does. So you're going to take 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And you're getting up on Alira?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting up right beside Alira so that I can potentially try and take the focus off of her.
Okay.
And I am throwing Mjolnir in this face. And it's a giant, right?
Oh, yeah, for the purposes of the hammer, yes.
Good. Alrighty. That is a natural 20.
Let's go.
Alright. Alright, so 8, 16, 22, 23, plus 8 is 31. Do I re-roll all 4 dice again?
For the Mjolnir special?
Three of them come from Mjolnir. One of them is from Divine Strike.
If it allows you to re-roll any damage dice, yes. Hey.
Okay, so that's 31 plus. Okay. 12 is going to be 43, 45, 46, plus 5. That is going to be 51 points of damage. Yes. And then
You've got pieces of this thing just sloughing off.
Spiritual Weapon is going to take its attack at the Fiend.
Okay, because it is still next to the fiends.
That is another natural 20.
Woo.
Those 15. 29 plus 5. That is going to be 33 points of force damage from the spiritual weapon on the Fiend. Oh, and
That's a lot.
so for the giant, 8 and 6 is 14. 14 of those points were radiant damage to the giant undead.
Okay, that's fine.
Just in case that makes any.
Doesn't make a difference.
Just let you know.
Okay. Well, the two pigs are looking pretty hurt. Pretty damn
And that's-
hurt. Alright, so that's the gone. Okay.
How many cultists are left?
4.
One's prone.
One is prone. At this point, they're looking like they're looking like they don't want to stay here.
We done fucked up.
Yeah. The portal is still open, so they're gonna do what they can to make a beeline for it.
Is it? I thought she
No,
closed
she
it.
closed it. That's right. She did close it, so they're looking around like, "Oh God, we're stuck. We're fucked."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They can, because they're not really anybody special. Yeah, they're not able to hit you guys either, because so they're just kind of putting their hands up, putting their weapons down, and saying they surrender. And you hear the demon cry, "Continue fighting!" But they don't. Alira! What do?
Not much I can do. I'll, what's the heaviest thing I can hit this thing with?
Get him good.
Everything you got.
Dude, I don't even want to swap that. Yeah, sure. Call lightning.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, it should be tall enough in here.
Yeah, call lightning should be good. Actually, yeah, since there are several floors of this kind of chamber, then yeah, call lightning is definitely gonna work. You can form your cloud in the top. Okay, and that's a dex save.
Dexterity throw.
Okay. On the giant or the fiend?
The fiend.
Fiend? Okay. Oh, that's my deck. He's got a pretty low dex score, so we'll see. That is 11.
Well,
Rolled a 24. Because it is 5-foot radius. But it's fine. Dex save, I've got evasion.
Yep. You're
So
fine.
good.
that's 4 points of damage.
Roll it again.
That's 3 points of damage.
Wait, that thing's 3d10. Oh.
Your dice, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's getting to me at this point.
Yeah, I can tell.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the mood down.
No, you're fine.
You're good, bro.
I'm just over here just like, whoa, that's the odds of that. Okay. Okay. So you making any moves towards anything, Alira?
No, not really. I can't think of anything that's gonna end up helping this situation in the slightest.
Okay, well if that is your turn, then we're back to Kaz.
Go ahead, Kaz. Have fun.
There is a fiend in front of me and it needs to die. It needs to die.
Indeed.
Right now.
Indeed.
I'm gonna open with 2 sword attacks this time.
Okay, 2 swords.
That is a 23.
Hits.
That is 14 points of slashing, 3 points of necrotic.
10 and 3?
14 and 3.
14 and 3, so 17. Okay.
One. 20.
Oh, that's the fucking wrong thing. And that's a dirty 20?
Yeah, dirty, not that.
Okay.
That is 11 points of slashing and 2 points of necrotic. For 13 total.
Okay. He's taking a couple some pretty nasty hits. He's kind of got this black, almost fiery ichor just kind of seeping out of him.
Good. Bonus action. 2 more. Unarmed strikes this time.
Papa.
That's a 22.
Hits.
9 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And... No, I'm not going to do that. And the last one. So, 31.
Sorry, what?
31.
31 to hit?
Yeah.
Whoa! How'd you manage that?
I have a very high to hit modifier. And I rolled a 19.
Okay. You have a plus 11 to hit? Goddamn.
Yeah.
Bro.
Scary.
Won't be scary. Okay, so what's the damage?
It is 10 points of cold damage.
Okay. Not quite done. He's not quite done.
Okay.
You moving anywhere
my
else? You
turn.
doing anything else?
No. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Vanya.
Well, let's try this again. Fiend is getting Dissonant Whispers at level 4.
Okay. Wisdom saving
So
throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
That's a 12.
Oh look, he failed. Must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from me. And he is also taking 18 points of psychic damage.
Well, he would run away if it wasn't for the fact that this black ichor is now coming and seeping out his ears. He's coughing it up, and he's just kind of shrivels into a sort of ball on the ground, motionless.
As a point of order, I would assume that the prone cultist right next to me is still there and holding his hands up, right?
Yeah, basically.
As the thing crumples, I'm going to turn to the cultist slowly. And all the cultist is going to see is rage.
Okay. That's Vanya's turn.
Yep.
So we've got our giant friends. And Lagon, you were intending to steer some of that, some of the swings away from Alira, right?
Correct. I was intending to be right there by Alira in the
To distract him?
yeah.
Okay. Oops, that's cracked. You are successfully diverted attention. So it's coming after you with Vustrix.
That's fine.
Shit, balls, mother bitch.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it's not, because that's a 14 and a 16.
No, unfortunately, no.
Okay, well that spends its turn.
That makes it Vanya's turn, and then because the cultists to give it up, they're not gonna fight me.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. I need everyone within a 30-foot radius to make a dexterity saving throw
30-foot radius of what?
of the
Fiend?
fiend, which is
Oh, no, it's-
everyone.
Oh
You
no,
said
it's gonna explode.
You said dexterity?
Yep.
Dexterity.
Dex.
I'm at a 25.
Well, Vanya has an 8,
Oh.
and Zephyr has a dirty 20.
Okay.
7.
Okay, so taking some fire damage. So that's so the DC is 20. So anyone with a 20 or less takes 22 points of fire damage. 32 points of fire damage actually.
32?
Yep.
32?
Yep.
Okay.
But
It
it
exploded.
exploded,
Did I
which
take none?
means that all of these cultists are also gone. Because each of them had been hit and did not have that many hit points.
And I would assume the giant's still sticking around, although it's probably on fire.
Actually, let me make it safe and throw. Because it's... Yeah, it's got enough points to be able to withstand it, so let's find out. Ooh, that's a natural 20, so it takes half.
16.
Okay. So everybody's calculated their hit points? Did
Yep.
Zephyr go down?
He would have been taking half, right?
Yep, 16.
Yeah, he went down.
Okay. So he is sad.
He's not dead, but he's
unconscious.
out.
Yep. A little singed.
Thank God he made that save, because if he was even taking full damage, that would have outright killed him.
Ooh, yikers. Okay, so that's that. Log on.
Alright, I'm taking another swing at the giant with Mjolnir. I'm throwing it in his face. 21.
To hit, yes.
Yeah. So... Hmm. 28 points of damage.
Ooh, that's toasty.
Is the fiend still there, or did it?
Nope, it blew
Guy's
up.
dead.
Okay.
That's why we took all that fire damage, because it literally exploded.
Okay. My spiritual weapon's going to move as close as it can.
Yep, it can reach him.
Okay. And it's going to take its swipe at this thing. And that is, I believe, plus 9. Give me just a second. 25 to hit.
Hits.
Right. That's 21 points of force damage.
Okay.
And that's, well, I'm not going to move because I'm still trying to take the focus off of Alira.
Okay. Which does bring us to Alira.
I think the only thing I can do, given the amount of damage we have, is I am going to use up one of my level 4 spell slots. I believe it's level 5 spell slots for Mass Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Just before you do, Derek, you do still have Call Lightning up unless you failed the concentration.
I guarantee you I failed the concentration.
Did you
Don't.
roll that?
I don't even want to. I legitimately don't even want to.
Yeah, under the circumstances, I genuinely can't. Fair enough. If you want to check in Mass Cure Wounds, go ahead.
Okay. So this is choose up to 6 creatures. So that includes Doggo.
Yep.
And any NPCs that may be in.
Yep, you can get your whole party.
Congratulations, everybody! You get 7 hit points back.
Woo! That means that Zephyr's up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
To be fair, you saved Zephyr, and that is because I believe if Vanya had lost both
Dude,
Arya
that's
and
the second lowest roll I can get with that spell.
Oof. Oof.
7, it's oh yeah, because it's plus wisdom mod. Right.
Anything else?
No,
Bonus action?
pass my turn. Don't have a bonus action that counts for anything here.
Okay. Then that brings us back to Kaz.
That demon just exploded in my face.
It did.
There are several incinerated cultists
Yes.
around me.
Mhm.
There is still a giant.
A skeletal giant, but a giant nonetheless.
I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna kick it in the face.
Okay.
That is a 23.
Hits.
8 points of cold damage.
How do you want to do this?
Given the size of this thing, Kaz is going to start by very swiftly kicking out one of its legs. Probably like with strength. Like normally he'd just be able to drop it to one knee, shattering this thing's shin with a kick. And as it drops to one knee, he's going to hop up. He's going to grab the chain of one of the blades, having it frost in his hands, and he's going to garrote this thing, landing behind it and pulling the chain so taut that the head just comes off with a pop.
Okay. And when that is done, the bones, as if they have lost the ability to hold themselves together, just kind of clatter into a pile. Some of it iced up, some of it broken in pieces, some of it having taken lightning and fire and all this other sort of damage, all destroyed. And just kind of clatter to the ground. And there are no more hostiles.
Unless we're still in turn, Lagon is going to put his hands on Alira and cast a 5th level Cure Wounds.
You are out, no longer in combat, so you can do things freely as you like.
Okay.
Hey, got raided.
4.
Welcome, raiders.
14, 38 plus 5. That's 43 hit points back to you, Alira.
All right.
Thank you.
And I will do the third level cure wounds on Zephyr.
Okay. After a few moments of the combat stopping, the last noises of fighting no longer ringing out to the rest of the tunnels. You see Clark, Tarasov, and the peasants that you had been escorting all sort of come into this chamber. Are you done yet?
Yeah. I think we're done.
What happened?
Can you look around and see the remains of what we fought?
Yeah, I see. There's looks like a demon. It looks like some people. It looks like there's a pile of bones.
And the thing that summoned them here decided to remove herself. You might be familiar with her. The gold tiefling lady from the inn where we met you.
Oh,
And that's 29 points of healing for Zephyr.
and she's the one who captured us in the first place.
And she said she's hoping that we'd got here, as she'd been waiting for us.
Who is she?
That, my friends, is Mercury.
Mercury.
Claims the rightful throne of the Shadowhara Empire.
Looks like
As
we'll
do
have
many of the demons and such from that are in Shadowhara right now, so it is not anything terribly new.
Looks like we'll be going back and possibly toppling another empire in our course.
Is this something you do frequently?
Not particularly, but we've done it a time or two before. I would say you could ask Lord Kaiji, but well, he's no longer with us.
What's a
No.
kaiji?
I can't remember the first. Kaiji from
Argyle.
Argyle.
Combe and Argyle.
Yeah.
A ruler who decided to join the cultists.
Oh.
Is that
And
a
was using...
normal thing?
I don't know what normal is, but apparently the ruling classes seem to fall in with these cultists. At least from all of the rulers that I've seen.
Rumor has it that she made a new alliance recently.
Who?
Mercury.
Mercury.
Yeah, who with who?
Something I didn't get a name. Is she just called him Death?
Huh.
You know what? I'm glad. I'm really, really glad.
You know what sound it made?
Familiar traveling companion.
Lagan is so upset at this point, he is visibly shaking.
When we find, and this will be long after Yorg, and when we find her, and we will find her,
You didn't kill her?
She left before we could.
And it's
Where?
slippery one.
Down which tunnel?
She ran through a dimension door, showing us that she had our two friends that we mentioned were not with us. With her.
she then proceeded to escape
Right.
through a planar gate. I know the kind, we've been through enough of them now. So, again, this will be after you're gone, but when we find her, and we will find her. I am by no means a man who considers himself to be exceptionally violent, but I will relish in breaking every one of her bones and her spirit before I allow her to die.
I'm gonna help you on that one.
I will personally present what's left of her to the matron.
Glad we're all in agreement.
And Lagan takes out the mask from his bag and puts it over his head with the cowl from the cloak of the manta ray up.
Mm. Looking like a very ominous sort of skeletal Kenku.
I hope she appreciates her new scion of a guardian. And he says this looking directly at Minister Tarasov with the mask on.
He is visibly, I wouldn't say shaken, but he's taken aback
Visibly
a little.
disturbed.
Maybe a little disturbed. Maybe.
Unnerved.
Unnerved. A little unnerved, nervous.
Well, given the armor and the mask with the cloak on, I'm sure that everyone that's not necessarily a member of the party is a bit unnerved at the least.
Mm.
We will remove her.
He says she took your friends.
Yes. You know the two that you met with us that aren't with us now?
Mm-hmm.
She took them. And as my good friend Kaz here has said, we will find her. And we will end her.
Well, definitely wish you luck on that. I heard she's not one to trifle with.
Neither are we. And then Lagan will remove the mask and put it back into the bag of holding.
Okay.
So he stops scaring the shit out of the people they're with. I told you the mother talks to me. Whether you believe or not, matters not. I do. And I believe wholeheartedly in what she has to tell me. And the only time I ever get into situations that fuck me up is when I don't.
Well, we should continue getting moving then.
Yes.
Who knows what other kind of baddies are down here?
I'm sure we'll find out.
Can I do prayer of healing as we're going? At 6th level?
I was gonna have y'all shortly
Oh,
after
okay.
long rest anyway, so.
Okay. I didn't know how much longer we were going to go. That's why I was asking.
Oh yeah, you're getting a long rest, and right about this time is towards the end of the journey, and so and Clark seems to be really excited because he's seeing tunnels that are not vaguely familiar to him, that are very familiar. He's been down these tunnels 100,000 times. Some of the further tunnels he's only recently gotten more familiar with, but he tells you now, and this is like the next day. He tells you now we're coming up on Donalis. It's a very big underground city, and I think King Tamworth would want a really good word with you.
Alright.
Since you've been so kind into escorting us. So, let's get to it then.
Let's.
Unless you want to stop anywhere first, because the city is open to visitors.
We may have, but I believe getting you home and this word with the king would be of more import than our possibly shopping excursion to make sure we have plenty of food, because we've still got to get Minister Tarasov here home as well.
You don't have to worry about me. I can find my way home from here. We're allies, of course.
Given the fact that she's still out there, that's not our primary concern.
I can find other escort. If you don't mind to going all the way to the capital of Aslandia, that's on you.
We told you when we met we'd make sure you got home safe. And if we were to leave now, we would not be the people of our word that we are.
But you've also got friends. You've also got friends who are in trouble. And from what I understand, based on what you've told me, you would rather not wait to have them at further risk, especially if the place in which she took them is dangerous.
Unfortunately, everywhere we go is dangerous, and that we don't know is that much more so because we don't know.
Question. Does the capital city of Aslan need additional
Have additional what?
information on this Mercury? That's Kaz asking the minister that.
I can't say for sure. We have dealt with the Shadowheart Empire's armies before, but never directly gotten into conflicts with demons. As far as I understood, they came to Shadowheart of their own ways. But they've since been cut off from that.
Is there anyone in this kingdom, asking President Clark, that might have more information on Mercury?
King Tamworth might.
If you would stick around after our introduction and conversations with the king to introduce us, I do believe that would be appreciated.
Yeah, the king would have been the one who's done a lot more of the dancing around with the politics of the Shanaha, especially over over the last few centuries. Him and his dad and his granddad.
Oh, so he might have more information about Mercury as well.
There's been a lot of dealings, so I'd imagine that he's the perfect person to ask, especially because a name like Mercury, that's unique. And I remember Granddad telling me that there was, when I was real little, or no, the king has said that he's known of a Mercury since he was a little lad.
All right. Well, I think it's best we get the move on and get the fuck out of here.
And over the course of another hour or so, you come to the main sort of pit of the mine, which has again spiral stairs kind of going all the way up the circle to get out of the mine and into the city proper. And when you look out into the city, it's like this whole city has also been carved out like a mine, where the homes are built into the rock, where some of the shops and things also stand alone, but also it is very vibrantly lit. Every few feet there's another sconce with the sort of ever bright flame that has been sitting in it for who knows how long. But the streets are well lit. At the top layer of this underground city is sort of it's as if a gold palace had been carved into the stone, where it is definitely a palace of function on the outside. You imagine that there's a huge amount of opulence on the inside, as the entire exterior of the structure is gold, platinum, mithril, gems, silver. It just kind of glistens in the not terribly low light, but not bright light of this underground city. And you have no idea how deep this palace goes, because it just kind of melds into the wall after a point. You see gardens of trees, grass, but also moss, fungus. You see there's some like fixtures that are basically daylight, that like the drift globe, that kind of dot the city a little in some places. And the city is busy. It is absolutely full in the streets with different people. Mostly dwarves. You see a wide variety of different kinds of dwarves. You see that there's a wide variety of people here, but most of them look like they're from dwarvish descent. They're kind of stout and very thick, sort of short build. And that is the city of Denales, as the president of the mining brigade presents to you as you reach the out the exit of the mine and into the city.
Looking at all of this in wonder, Lagan just murmurs out loud, I wonder if Jalis has ever been here.
I can't say I know Jalisa.
She's from Combe.
Oh. That's interesting. So, he kind of continues to escort you and is taking you up the streets, up the stairs, through a couple of winding routes to get up to the palace level. And there's a fence and guards and things like that. Kind of looks like the fence is made of like wrought iron. The guards are wearing looks like armor made of steel and other hardy metals. And the sort of symbology and the writing on the on all of the text is in like the very angular dwarvish runes. All of their designs seem to flow in that sort of pattern as well when it comes to like symbols and things. And so you see that there's like this crest that the guards wear that seems to be a symbol of the royalty. And he works. He says a few words, does some respectful things in order to gain you all entrance into the palace. And as you enter into the palace, it is the first thing that is even seen in the entirety of the place is the throne room. And this throne room has marble flooring, has luscious carpet, it has very sort of squarish pillars that seem to support the rest of the structure, even though the structure kind of is the rock face. But the walls are lined with sort of brick pattern, with also more of this marble white stone that and you see that there is a single throne on the dais ahead of you. A single throne with a single dwarf, long, sort of graying but not quite old, beard. He seems to be maybe middle-aged in age when it comes to dwarves. He's got not necessarily a full crown, but he's got a good diadem on his head. He is wearing some plate armor with a sort of red cape lined with a little bit of fur. He is definitely here for presentations today, and so this possibly was a perfect day to come and meet the king anyway. And he says, the king says, President Clark, it is good to see you again. And Clark will give a bow and indicate that the rest of you should as well. My lord, it is good to be home. And the king says, tell me of your companions, and you all. Tell me everything about your visit here. And President Clark will name you all individually. Name the four of you. I'll go Lyra, Lagan, Kaz. You can't pronounce your name for the life of him. Your full name. and Vanya. And the king has this sort of yes, a respectful air, but he seems kind of laid back a little bit in personality. So what brings you all to Denali?
We were escorting President Clark and Minister Tarasov home from the Shadowheart Empire.
I had heard about what happened. That you, Matthew Clark, got accosted on the road and were captured. Yes, my lord. But you're here, which is wonderful, wonderful news. With that, I'm imagining that the rest of you are looking for some kind of reward in getting my good fellow home.
That was not necessarily our aim. We were just making sure they made it homes, their respective homes, safely. Unfortunately, we ran into a tiefling of golden color by the name of Mercury along our way. And before we could really do anything, she vanished and left all of her minions behind. A giant fiend, a giant undead being that I'm not sure who conjured, and about half a dozen or so cultists. Everything but Mercury is, well, no longer on this plane of existence, at least.
Quite honestly, you must be some powerful beings in order to be able to survive an encounter with that woman. She has been responsible for many Elatsuan deaths as a result of her campaigns over many, many decades in the Shadowheart Empire. And if my granddad tells it right, she was supposed to be dead. So I hope you're not joking.
She said she'd made a deal.
With death.
If she was a dead woman, that'd make complete sense. She's back. Your Majesty, we aren't looking for compensation for the delivery of President Clark and the Minister here, but I would ask a favor of you, that you provide us with every little piece of information on Mercury, no matter how insignificant.
A lot of what I know is tales from my granddad, King Bahamut Tamworth I. And it's pretty scary bedtime stories.
You would be surprised how often those bedtime stories turn out so scarily.
Indeed. So, I suppose my next question is, what do you want to know first?
Let's start from the beginning. Encounters, everything else. If the rest of you don't want to be here, or you want to sort some other things out throughout the city, shopping, provisions, anything like that, then by all means, I'll be happy to jot all of this down.
Lagan will stay here with you for this conversation, with one further favor and request as well.
Vanya staying put.
That looks like we're all here then. If Illyria wishes to stay.
Okay. You're muted, Eric.
But I think that was about as well, so...
That's what I read with the lips, but I couldn't read the second part of that. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at my phone.
It's all good. So,
Yeah.
the beginning. The first time my granddad met Mercury was at the palace of the Shadowhigh Empire. Oh, a couple 100 years ago. And he described her as the most beautiful Eatling he had ever seen. But at the same time, the most ruthless, ambitious, cunning, would make you see things in a different light than you possibly would have otherwise. I remember him saying that she, at one point, had a husband. And he was so devoted to her that he became her paladin. But shortly after they split up, she went to the Shadowhigh, began to work her machinations in the Prince of Shadowhigh's ear, where she was more like a puppeteer in the whole of the government. After a while, things seemed to be going pretty well for them, in so much as it wasn't necessarily all that great for us here in Elotswa because they annexed us, and then that's a whole other thing. After the annexation, it was time for... they started developing their winter heat sources as things in the region started getting colder and colder, and it's still rather cold here in the winter, but things over time have been getting better. But because of the harsh winters in the Shadowhigh, they had these giant furnaces that supplied heat to the rest of the city. I'm sure if you've been to Shadowhigh, you've seen them. Big towering black towers in the middle of the city that just fed pure heat. There was no source in these towers, from what my granddad understood, but he's not necessarily an engineer. I'm not an engineer myself, but the basic concepts are that through piping throughout the whole city, that's what they did. And it was all Mercury's idea. She was a genius engineer of some kind. Then the Shadowhall Prince dies. Some freak accident where there's an explosion at their palace. And that's the last my granddad ever saw of Mercury.
Okay.
He heard from couriers that about the explosion, and just never saw her again.
You know, given the things that I personally know of the way that the stars and places beyond our ken do so align, your description and the fact that we saw Mercury with a demon, a rather large one at that, that demon is now very dead.
I heard rumors that they come back to life. So if Mercury did in fact die at one point, and she's back now,
and if she I have this distinct feeling that she's not just a simple tiefling, perhaps a demon in her own right.
if she's
Beast
been
in a woman's clothing.
if she's been the same person this entire time, it's the same Mercury in every story, then she would have been around for hundreds of years. Eatlins don't live for 100 years.
No, don't.
They do if they make pacts with demons and devils.
Or if they are one.
Or make deals with death itself. And if it's somehow like a demon, I'm told that when you rid them from this plane, they go back to their home to recuperate and can potentially come back.
It also means that if she was pumping in heat from somewhere, and given the classical depiction in many a scholarly tome of the realms of demon kind, brimstone and fire,
Not that I've ever been to a place like that.
no, neither have I, but then again, it's what they say, it's what I said about bedtime stories. You'd be scared how accurate they are. I mean, people believed that the calamity 100 years ago, the rising of the Sky Shadow Leviathan out of the crater, was just a bedtime story, and yet that happened.
The Leviathan, yes. That crater, still don't know what's at the bottom of it yet. Not many people go to Fallfire, but that's a whole nother thing.
We
No,
went to
no, they don't, but there's a scholar who's written a lot on the subject. I wonder if his books are still around. Because, given that Kars was actually around at the time of the Sky Shadow Leviathan and before he got frozen, he's read Cypher's books. Because Cypher would have penned many a volume on.
Yep.
Hold on. Lagan,
yes.
in your book, if
Mm-hmm.
If your Majesty here is right,
Mm-hmm.
maybe there might be something in there. If she was that influential a figure when they were
With
around, then maybe there might be some.
with as much as I've read the book, would I be familiar
Oh yeah, there'd be
in-
mention.
of what she has to say about Mercury?
That she's a right bitch.
Oh yeah, a lot of phlegm, a lot of vitriol, a lot of words that should never be repeated in polite company or even in unpleasant company.
That part aside, is there anything specific about interactions with Mercury?
There is a story in the journal that you would find that does talk of a paladin who had claimed to be Mercury's paladin. So there's mention of that. So that part of the story is true.
That term, does it give a name to the paladin?
Oh, I forget.
If it does, you don't have to come up with one, or
I forgot
we
his
can-
name.
He does actually have a name because we met him and his sons. The issue is that Coffee probably doesn't.
I don't remember their names. but
That's fine. You're all right. I was just asking if it did.
Yeah, but they would be mentioned.
We could cover that later. Beyond the mention of
Physical
the
description as well as drawings of her would also be in there. So it would look like the same woman that you've met.
All right, so I've got a drawing of Mercury, physical description. She's a right bitch. Beyond that, many other things I shouldn't mention in any company. Is there anything about, like I said, the attacks with her? If she has any,
Her capabilities.
yes, her capabilities and potentially any weaknesses that she might have if Celine knew any of those.
The information that you would find would definitely describe her as a keen magician. Would definitely describe her as the having the ability to polymorph, as well as a number of other things where she was powerful enough at the time to be able to grant elements of her own magic to others, in that she was able to create pacts.
Fuck.
So you're talking about someone who had some incredible power back then.
And that was 100, 200 years ago.
100
I
years
would
ago.
share,
Mhm.
I would share that with the party and the king as well, from what I remember of the book, as well as the description of her paladin, and ask if that aligns with what his grandfather told him.
And it would match.
Okay. But it looks like we're going to have a right handful of trouble getting our friends back with just what little we know of this bitch. And I do apologize in advance, Vanya. Unfortunately, Arya may come to a bit of harm for us to get her back.
There may be ways around that.
I don't know.
Go down.
Until we get there and we face it, we don't know.
But Arya's sake, and for the sake of the fact that she tried to quite literally mind control me, because Kaz knows what domination feels like. Someone, even when someone would have attempted at least once. Understandably, I'm not pleased. But thank you, Your Majesty, for the information.
That's what you wanted for your compensation.
I thank you. And as I said, I had one further favor in request. If you be so kind as to ensure that Minister Tarasov here returns home safely,
Oh, absolutely.
since we have found ourselves in need of returning faster than we had expected. Since I personally cannot ensure his safety home, I would request from you.
He'll have the finest.
I am truly grateful.
And we're truly grateful that he's back. That you're both back. That I don't have to find another mining brigade president.
Keep an eye on those.
Please.
On anything. Looks like a death cultist. Looks like a death cultist. It talks like a death cultist. It's a death cultist and it needs to die.
I would also share with the queen, the king before we left. Sorry, I said queen. I would also share with him the information that we have as far as kind of how we got here into the Shadowheart Empire, and that these cultists are making pacts with the demons, fiends, and things of that, as well as with the cultists, and they seem to be traveling everywhere by this means. And
I didn't think that was possible.
And give a description of these cultists and how they typically dress as far as what we've seen, and the coin that Kaz has.
Yep, iconography, modus operandi. We're basically giving them everything
Everything he needs to
profile a
know.
cultist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, profile a cultist to a T.
And until now, every ruling peoples that we've met have been working with and aiding these cultists.
I'm not gonna assure you that nothing like that is happening in my city.
I am not accusing you, sir. I am telling you from our experience. Aside from you, every ruling peoples that we have met, from the continent of Thradith, Ionia, the Grioran Empire, have all been in league with, communicating and aiding these foul fiends. And we have, at least Vanya and I, have been fighting these things from the start of our journey and probably till our last days.
He is hoping that they don't amass some kind of large army.
It's what they're trying, and from what they've told me and what I've seen, it's what they've already done in several places. Is why we tell you this now. If they're amassing under your nose, quash it. Because even if the rulers aren't directly in league, there are those under them have been more than willing to aid and abet the just subterfuge, supplantation, surreptitious means, any underhanded trick in the book in order to gain power and put them and their members in high-ranking places where their activities can then go on unabated. That is their MOs. And quite frankly, it's all in our best interests, and especially that your kingdom continue to flourish, thrive. That's why we warn you the way that.
I would also tell you that as far as we are aware, we do not know all of their goals, but we do know that they are at least two. One is they are trying to release the Titan Dredith from his confines and doing everything they can to weaken the seals on what binds him. And the second is that they are trying to revive the old god of death as well. And return him to his full status and power. We do not know how that coincides with the attempts of weakening the binds and releasing Dredith. But these are the things that we know.
And if you were talking to anyone else, you would sound like a right nutter.
I'm quite sure of that. I'm very well aware.
You sound like a crazy man. But I will take all of this under advisement.
I would give you names that you could ask as far as our validity. The only one that I can give you as far as our validity, you will have to find someone that could potentially communicate with, is Father Valentine from the other city that we were in, that we went to get help with when we were dealing with the stuff in Kombe and Mordekaiji. I don't remember the name of that city.
Do you mean in Argyll?
No, not Argyll. It was that other little city where we had that ancient ruined temple thing, the ziggurat in the desert. There was that other city across the way from Kombe that we went to.
Yeah. That was I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know what you're talking about.
I couldn't find the map. That's why I'm saying I can't.
Yeah, I know what.
All I can remember is his name was Father Valentine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was the one that was most helpful in our seeking assistance.
Mm-hmm.
And give a description of him so that since no one knows him, they have the potential of reaching out with ascending.
Okay.
At the very least. And how I could use ascending to tell him that where we are. Well, actually, I would just use ascending now and tell Father Valentine that we are in, what is the city?
Denales.
Denales.
D apostrophe Nalaez.
We are in the city of Denales, speaking with the king. They may reach out. If not, please do so. They want validation of our claims.
Okay. You don't really get a response back.
I wasn't expecting to. I was just getting it out there that
you wanted that. Okay.
There's shit going on. Please be prepared for it. If it doesn't come, please do so yourself.
Okay. Well, with that being said, the king will wrap up with giving you guys some coin, giving you 1,000 gold.
Ooh.
He says that you are free to stay in any tavern that you so choose. It will be on his bill. That he will be taking care of all of your accommodations while you were in the city. And should you need any equipment or any kind of tool, that speak with him and speak with one of his aides, and they will see what they can do to cover the cost of that too. But food and lodging is 100% covered.
Sweet.
For as long as you're staying.
Lagan would thank you, kind sir. We certainly appreciate it. Bow and respect as he did when they first entered, and turn to President Clark. Could you show me to your temples of worship, primarily Zuviwal and the Matron of Ravens, please?
See what I can find.
I would appreciate it.
Anything else before we wrap up the session? Because it is late.
No, nothing else.
Okay.
We're basically covered
Nope.
whilst we prepare to head out and
Mm.
find Mercury.
Yeah.
You find yourself lodging. You find yourself in the temples here are not terribly huge. They don't do a whole lot of they're not big grandiose temples. They're kind of smaller, more familial in that respect. You'll find more in the way of stop by shrines to that you could pray to any deity at.
Okay.
There's no specific iconography, but yeah, they'll show you places where you can,
Okay.
do that sort of thing if you want to.
Yeah, I'm not looking for anything big. I'm just taking time out before I make it to the inn to meet up with them for rest and food and rest.
Yep.
To spend some time in meditation and prayer with both.
Mhm.
And maybe a little bit of time with Minister Tarasov before we leave, and telling him that if you have any further need, reach out to me, and I will do what I'm able.
Thank you, he says to you before going to stay where he's going to be accommodated.
And did you ever figure out what those questions were?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly certain I don't have to look very far if I want answers.
I hope I've at least been able to help you find some peace with that. I know things were a bit rough between you and your daughter, but I hope you've found at least some peace. And should you ever actually figure out what those questions are and need any assistance, please do let me know. And he'll give him a hug.
He's taken aback by that. He was not expecting a hug. This being a nobleman and an official in government, he's used to handshakes, not hugs.
I do apologize. I only shake hands with people I don't know or don't like.
I am far from a likable person.
Well, you've been very likable and agreeable with me. I do hope that I've given you as much as I can and that it comforts you.
Be safe, be well, and may you find peace.
Thank you. And he starts heading down the road to find his own accommodations, in which the Lucky Sevens, the remaining 4 members, plus Zephyr, have found their lodging and meals for the night, and a long rest is had, and we will conclude the session there for tonight.
Oi.
So you'll be
6
starting a new morning in Denales next time.
Hey, Hey,
And
plus,
Mercury has 2 very pissed off people coming for her head.
Oh, of course she does.
Oh no, more than her head. Kaz is going to dismantle her.
Yeah.
See-
There's 3, if not 4.
This is this is a lesson in why you don't piss off characters.
Mm. Indeed. Well, with that being said, you all have done fantastically today. So I applaud you all, including you, Derek. You all have done a wonderful job with the role plays and things like that. I love every second of it. You guys are great. So, let's talk about some experience for these lovely players now, shan't we? So, I do experience my own arbitrary way. I want to make it very simple for my characters to level up because I want to give them reasons to also roleplay to get this experience. So, you get your 5 for showing up. Woo!
Yay, participation!
Yay! And y'all did a lot today, so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I know I say that sarcastically, but I mean every word.
But y'all did a lot today. Y'all spent a whole week in the underground underneath the mountains leading to El Arzua, into Nadales. You fought a battle with Mercury and some of her minions. She bamped out, but you got the rest of them. And you met the king of El Arzua, so I think I'm going to give you the full 10.
Ooh.
And guess who dinged the level?
Yes, you did.
Yay!
Yay!
Level 11!
Let's go. Well then, with all of the regular XP out of the way, let's talk about some bonus experience. So I do bonus experience much like I do in my vampire games, in that we get some roleplay prompts together and we determine who did X, Y, and Z. And then, of course, there is the audience's favorite, and you guys get to be very arbitrary about this. So go ahead and vote, even if you've only been here for like half the episode. We have Vanya, our lovely wood elf. We have Causal Crixus, who is our amethyst dragonborn. We have Alira, who is our drow druid, and we have Lagon, who is our storm cleric of the Wild Mother. So pick your favorite and vote in the poll. So let's talk about them roleplay prompts, shall we? Who had moved our plot the most today?
I want to throw my hat in the ring for that.
What do you think you did exceptional as far as guiding the plot today?
I don't think it was necessarily exceptional, but in getting more of the information that we need for where we're going, what we're about to get into.
A lot of that's pretty difficult, yep.
But mine primarily comes from the information out of my book in that conversation with the king.
Okay. moved a little bit of personal stuff today. Okay. Any other contenders? Or
I'd say
affirmations?
cause for, you know, getting us through that fight. Scouting ahead.
That's a pretty big one too.
Yeah, I would say no.
So we've got Mojo putting Lagon up on there. We've got Raven putting Cause.
My vote was going to go to Lagan.
I was going to give it to Lagan.
Okay.
Okay.
Majority wins. Lagon it is.
Thank you.
Best scene from today.
Lyra.
Hmm.
No, that's Kaz.
Reasoning?
Kaz had the ending game hit and ended up bringing to a suitable climax, managed to end up getting invested in that regard. He ended up having a really good back and forth earlier than that, and he was the most prudent to end up starting to discuss with the king. So, I think that's probably more than enough.
I'll agree with that.
I'll agree.
I gotta say, in that fight, the smashing the one cultist's head and freezing it at the same time was just amazing.
Yeah.
You're pretty good at the descriptions, my guy.
I try my best.
I love it. I love it. Very much so. Best line.
I've got to get
Illyra.
back to Illyra. First with the did you detect the masters for dust, and second for, cartborn.
Carriage-born.
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 Made me giggle.
And Cause gets the audience vote.
Oh. Thanks.
Wow. Thankfully they didn't tie it up.
Thanks, guys.
Alright, I will happily take that. I am now at 3 XP towards level 12!
Woo.
Yay.
So was that an Illyra for best line?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Lyra for best line. Well, that concludes everything that we're doing here. It is 2 a.m. No,
Yes.
1:09 Central Time. So we are going to head out and wish you all a wonderful good night. We might find somebody to raid, depends on if I find somebody. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. We do post all of our VODs on YouTube, so be on the lookout for that. They post a week on YouTube after they air live here on Twitch. So if you're not subscribed to, or following on either one of those, please do so, because it's free, and we do enjoy doing these things. Of course, having the viewers and the audience participation is also fun. We had a couple of good raids. Thank you guys so much for raiding in. You guys are fantastic. Hope to see you guys here again soon. But we're gonna call it quits for the night, as it is late. I'm hungry, and I'm sure all of you are too. So with that being said, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Night.